Good morning to one and all present here. May I request all the students to stand together to give a warm welcome to our dignitaries.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. We are honored to have you here for this distinguished event, the 5th IEEE International Conference on IoT-based Control Network and Intelligence System 2024. I am Bhuvaneshwari Veeraswamy, a 5th semester student from the Department of Information Science and Engineering.
And I am Rahul Balan, 3rd semester from the Department of CSE. We are privileged and excited to serve as your hosts for today's event.
In recent years, IoT technology has envisioned a hyper-connected world where intelligent systems communicate and control each other to deliver diverse services and applications. The primary objective of ICIC-NIS 2024, the 5th International Conference on IoT-based Control Network and Intelligence System, is to provide state-of-the-art insight into the IoT paradigm. It focuses on enabling access, management, and control of objective systems and people within various information systems applied across domains such as smart cities, healthcare, industry, and smart home. This conference aims to showcase ongoing research and advancement in computation management and control networks within IoT systems. It serves as a platform for researchers, academics, and industry professionals to explore emerging IoT technologies and applications, fostering knowledge, exchange, and innovation.
We have received an overwhelming response from across the countries with a total of 1,211 paper submissions. After a rigorous review process, we are proud to announce that 276 papers have been accepted, representing an acceptance rate of less than 25%. This remarkable statistic is a testament to the competitive nature of this conference and the exceptional quality of research presented. Today's lecture promises to be an exciting and insightful experience, offering a unique opportunity to engage, learn, and exchange ideas with fellow experts. As we gather here today, we transcend borders and boundaries in a shared pursuit of knowledge and innovation. Let us embark on this intellectual journey together, fostering a spirit of collaboration, creativity, and discovery.
So to begin today's event on an auspicious note, we have the privilege of starting with a heartfelt offering of grace. Through this performance, we seek divine blessings and set a serene, sacred tone for the proceeding. Please join me in warmly welcoming the talented duo, Chaitanya and Anvita, as they take the stage to present a breathtaking invocation dance.
चन्द्रचूड शिवशङ्कर पार्वती रमणय निनगे नमो नमो चन्द्रचूड शिवशङ्कर पार्वती रमणा निनगे नमो नमो सुन्दरकर पिनागधर सुन्दरकर पिनाग धर गंगाधर गज चर्मांबरधर गंगाधर गज चर्मांबरधर चंद्रचूड शिवशंकर पार्वती रमणा निनगे नमो
ನಲಿದಿವೆ ಕೇಳು ಯಾರೇ ವರನೆಂದು ನಗುತ್ತಿವೆ ನೋಡು ಪರಿಚಯ ಪರಿಧಿ ಮೀರೋ ವರುಷ ಪರಿಣಯ ಪದವ ಹಾಡು ಹರುಷ ಆರಾಧಿಸೋ ನೀರಮೇಘ ಶ್ರಾವಣ ರಮಿಯ
Thank you, Chaitanya and Anvita, for that wonderful rendition. To formally commence today's conference and invoke divine blessings for knowledge and wisdom, we shall begin with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. This tradition symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge. I kindly invite all our esteemed dignitaries to come forward and do the honors. Following this, I may request all the students to rise for the Nada Gita.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठेत् गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಮೇರೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರ ಧರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ जय हे कर्नाटक माते जननिಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇಗದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಕಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ जय हे कर्नाटक माते ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ विद्यारण्य बसव मध्वरिह दिव्यारण्य रन्न षडक्षरि पुन्ना पंपल कुमिपति जन्ना कुमार व्यासर मंगल धाम कवि कोविलिಗಳ पुण्याराम नारद रामानंद कबीरರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ जय हे कर्नाटक माते ಕೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಕಣಜ ಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ जय हे कर्नाटक माते ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय हे कर्नाटक माते
Thank you all. May I now request the dignitaries to kindly come on to the dais. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. May I now request the dignitaries to kindly come on to the dais, please? Thank you, dignitaries. To begin today's event and to set the tone for today's gathering, it is my honor to invite Dr. Asha S. Manek, Professor and Head of Department of AIML R&D Cell Coordinator, TJIT Institute of Technology, to deliver the welcome speech and offer valuable insight into the conference. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Asha S. Manek to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all for the 5th International Conference on IoT-based control networks and intelligent system, ICICNIS 2024. We are delighted to have you all here, both in person as well as virtually. I extend a special welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, Chief Patent Dr. Thomas P. John, Chairman TJGI in his absence. Patent Dr. P. Suresh Venugopal, our beloved principal, TJIT. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Roy M. Raju, Administrator, TJGI, in his absence. Our chief guest for today's inaugural program and keynote speaker, Mr. Darshan Dwarkanath, Cybersecurity Manager at Bosch. We welcome you, sir. We are particularly honored to welcome participants from all over the world, including students, research scholars, faculty members, and industry professionals. We also extend a warm welcome to the participants from other colleges, principals from other colleges, head of the departments, and teaching and non-teaching staffs who have graced this occasion with their presence. We welcome you all. ICICNIS 2024 is an innovative research platform designed to foster cutting-edge research and development in the field of IoT-based control networks and intelligent systems. This conference is technically co-sponsored by IEEE Systems, MAN, Cybernetics Security Society. In recent years, the Internet of Things has emerged as a transformative technology enabling the interconnection of billions of devices. IoT has the potential to revolutionize various sectors, including healthcare, agriculture, smart cities, industries, etc. The primary objective of this conference, ICIC-NIS 2024, is to bring together researchers, academicians, and industry experts to share their latest insights, innovative ideas, and real-world application in the field of IoT and cybersecurity. This conference provides a unique opportunity to explore the latest trends, challenges, opportunities in IoT-based control networks and intelligent systems. This year, we received an overwhelming response with a total of 1,211 papers submitted from diverse locations, including India and countries such as USA, Serbia, Indonesia, China, and Peru. Only 276 papers accepted. Out of that, 275 papers were registered for our conference. The acceptance rate for the conference is less than 25%. All papers were rigorously reviewed by subject experts from various reputed institutions and industries listed in the technical program and review committee. The Authenticate cross-check plagiarism tool was used to review and verify all the papers. We strictly adhere to the standards and regulations of IEEE publication. At this juncture, on behalf of Conference Committee and the Technical Program Committee of the conference, I am proud to say that we will maintain the reputation and quality of IEEE conference proceeding publication with IEEE Explore. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the management of our college for taking the initiative to organize this event. And on behalf of the organizers, including the technical committee members of ICIC-NIS 2024, I consider it privilege to have your blessings and good wishes on this event. Finally, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all the research scholars, professors, and authors of registered papers who will be presenting their work at this conference online as well as offline. We wish you all a fruitful and memorable experience. Thank you and welcome all of you for this inauguration program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, it is my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. P. Suresh Venugopal, the esteemed principal of TJIT Institute of Technology. With over 2 decades of rich experience in teaching, academics, administration, across various engineering institutions, Dr. Suresh Venugopal has made remarkable contributions to the field of education. His expertise extends far beyond academics. He holds advanced qualifications in psychology, student counseling, transactional analysis, and neuro-linguistic programming. These credentials underscore his exceptional ability as a counselor and a mind trainer, making him a guiding force for students and educators alike. To set the tone for today's event, I kindly invite our Honorable Principal, Dr. P. Suresh Venugopal, to the stage to address the gathering and share his inspiring words.
Thank you for that sweet introduction. Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Mr. Darshan Dwaraknath, Cybersecurity Lead, Bosch, most respected Chairman of TJIT Group of Institutions, Dr. Thomas P. John in his absentia, respected Administrator Mr. Royam Raju and his team on their absentia, Dr. Asha S. Manik, Program Chair for 5th IEEE International Conference on IoT-based control networks and intelligent systems. Dr. Suma, CAC HOD, HODs of various departments of T. John Institute of Technology, principals of various sister concern under T. John Group of Institutions, professors, teaching and non-teaching staff members, delegates, scientific delegates from various institutions and organizations, and my dear student friends. Being an engineering college, research is one of the vertical which we cannot keep aside, even though we are running most of our courses in undergraduate level. But we have research centers in computer science and engineering, electronics and communication engineering, and chemistry departments. A lot of research scholars are doing their PhD here. Even we used to inculcate the culture of research, even in the UG level students, in the form of like every student will be publishing one paper before he or she moves out of the campus. That paper, that scientific paper, will be an outcome through the project, which is an academic project for them in their 4th year. So I express my appreciations and congratulations to all those students, all my BTech students, BE students, who are also a part of this research culture. Give a good round of applause for all you all. So research, as we know, the one and only way to be known worldwide is research. It may be like you may be working in a college, or you may be studying in a college in Karnataka or Kerala or in India, somewhere in India or abroad. But even if you score good marks in your academics, even if you got a good placements, world will not come to know about that. Maybe you, your relative, your district, your state, maximum your country, right? But research is the only, one and only way to take your name, to elevate your name worldwide. Especially forums like IEEE and the journals, well-reputed journals, through which a lot of works, scientific works, are being done, and they are sharing the things through which the whole world is coming to know about these concepts or these technologies. So let me breathe my sincere appreciations to those 1,000+ research scholars who put their hard effort and struggle to come with a scientific outcome and submitted the paper for this conference. Now, from the 1,000+ papers, the scrutiny panel scrutinized that to 275 papers. We should give double applause for them because it is something extra effort they have taken. Out of that, as you know, post-corona, the word hybrid is very common. Normally, before Corona, conference means all the 275 papers will be presented here. Corona, hybrid, that word is most common, and we have this conference also in a hybrid mode. So we have nearly 30 to 40 presentations physically today, and all other 225+ presentation will be happening online. So I just want to, why we have gathered here, all my panel experts are here, my professors, teachers, students, research scholars, delegates. I just want to tell one thing. Our country is hardly in need of real research. The research from which something can be innovated, something can be come out as a product which can help the society, which can help the mankind. If you see the recently, maybe for 10 years, if you see, the level of inventions or the level of new products coming are happening only in software field. The mobile phone we are using, these lights, the fan, everything right now, even the chair we are using, it came through a research. Somebody thought about, why can't we sit on something? The name chair came later. But they were thinking that, why can't we, instead of sitting on the floor, why can't we sit on something like that? That thought made them to come finally to a product called chair. So everything, every small thing what we are using right now, that can be a gadget, that can be an application, that can be a circuit, that can be a machine. Everything started with a small idea which was nurtured as a research and finally to a product. So to my researchers, I want to tell you one, it's a request from my side, humble request. Please don't stop with research or paper publication. You go to the patent level and try to get it made as a product into the market so that paper will be useful, but product will be more useful in the society. So once again, I am breathing my sincere gratitude and appreciations to the whole team behind this ICIC NIS 2024, especially under the leadership of Dr. Asha S. Manek. It's a huge work, 4 months we have done. And breathing my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Darshan Dwaraknath, who will be giving you insightful things as he is having a lot of experience in cybersecurity domain, and he is a leading cybersecurity specialist in Bosch. And to the whole team, once again, I am breathing my sincere gratitude and appreciations to all, best wishes to all those who are going to participate in offline and online. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. It is my great pleasure to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Darshan Dwaraknath, who currently serves as the cybersecurity lead at Bosch. A seasoned professional, Mr. Dwaraknath has been with Bosch since 2014 and brings over 15 years of diverse experience spanning retail, power tools, FMCG, and automotive sectors. Mr. Dwaraknath is a highly accomplished cybersecurity consultant with expertise in ISO 21434, ISO 27001, and IT/OT integration. At Bosch, he has successfully delivered over 50 enterprises projects demonstrating proficiency in execution models like Waterfall, Agile, Scrum, and SAFe. In addition, he possesses a strong background in mobile application development, enterprise application, and cloud computing, experience in platforms such as AWS, Azure, Java, Python, and Spring Boot. Mr. Dwaraknath holds a bachelor degree in information science from VTU and a master degree in system software cybersecurity from BITS Pilani. His impressive accomplishment and expertise are truly inspiring. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to him as we eagerly anticipate his enlightening address.
Good morning, everyone. My dear students, faculty, dignitary, and one and all present here. So it's as Sir was mentioning about, this is a auspicious event. I request everyone to take this opportunity, prepare the paper, present it. It's not only for your career, even in the industry, the paper are very much valued. At Bosch, we do almost per day a patent. So that all comes back to the events or the devices that we use it in our everyday life. With this, I would like to inaugurate this auspicious event and wish everyone all the very best in presenting today's paper, and good luck with your career. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and valuable insight. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed principal to confer an honor upon our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Darshan Dwarkanath. Let us all extend a warm round of applause as we honor him for his outstanding contributions.
Thank you all. We are now at an important moment of today's event, the release of conference proceedings. This publication is a culmination of hard work, research, and dedication that has gone into this conference, and it reflects the knowledge shared and the insight gained during this session. I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries and honorable chief guest to officially release the conference proceeding.
Thank you all. I kindly request the dignitaries to take the seats in the audience. Yeah.
Hello? Visha, can you give me the slide changer? Visha? Here.
It is now my great honor to invite our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Darshan Dwarkanath, to deliver the keynote address for today's event. With his vast expertise and experience, we eagerly look forward to hearing his valuable insights and perspectives. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Darshan Dwarkanath to deliver the keynote address.
Check, check. Uh, Mic check. Can everyone hear? All right. So without further ado, let's get into the actual presentation of today's, what the topic I will be delivering with respect to the AI, IoT, and the privacy. So the whole idea is to bring the cyber security around it, not the other way around. Okay, how many of you understand what is security? Just raise your hand. No questions asked. Just raise your hand. Yeah? Excellent. Check. Yeah. Next, cyber security. How many of you understand what is cyber security? Beautiful. Let's see what is the exact difference between these two, I think. And how many of you have seen such scene in the movies? Right? This is very common that you understand what is cyber security. Generally, this is where you will be depicted to see hacking, right? Okay, let me not go into this. Let's go. Can you please check if the... okay, just move on for the next. Okay, the security is protecting humans from the machines. You generally see many of the construction sites where the humans are given with the hat, the protective clothes, to prevent them from getting harmed. In cybersecurity, it's the other way around, where you protect the machines from the malicious activity of the humans. That is your hacking. Yeah? So this is a general example about how the security and the cybersecurity, it's a basic difference. Okay, next please. So the main three pillars of any cybersecurity is CIA triad. CIA triad stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality talks about the data, your own data, the privacy. All this information should be secured from the hacker or any non-authorized user. That's your confidentiality. Integrity is protecting your own data. For example, the Aadhaar information, the biometric information should be protected and made available to the right person. That's the availability. Only you should be authorized to use your own data. So this is the three pillar of any cyber security. You take your Aadhaar system, they take your data on the Facebook or any system. This is the main three triads. So why do we need to protect the devices? As you see the graph, we are in 2025. We are hitting the IoT, exclusive IoT devices in 21.5 billion. So which shows the significance of protecting your IoT devices, whether you bridge the system, the sensors that run in the smart building, smart campuses, automotive, all needs to be securely protected. So this is your typical IoT system. I need not to explain. We are all in the same line of whether we use Alexa, Siri, Google in the home, the smartphones that we use, all connected to the cloud. In the industry where the production happens, we have different sensors running, which will cater to the needs of the producing the different items or the products the industry produces, whether it's the automotive, whether it's a mobile phone manufacturing, all have certain number of sensors already built or been deployed. Then we have at the community, where the buses are tracked via GPS, we get a notification on our phone. All these things are possible. Or you buy a ticket on the metro via WhatsApp or the phone pay. Everything is been integrated together, and the data is put into the cloud, and there are multiple applications of the system which uses these information to make our day easier and more simpler. So if this is a good thing, right? We are happily using our own IoT devices, which are bringing the synergy and making the life easier with help of whether you use API for any other communication. How does an external attacker or a hacker foresee this? So many of the devices that do not pacemaker, or the fuel deliveries, right? All have been part of, in one or the other way, a victim of cybersecurity attack. In the COVID or in Corona time, we have seen a lot of attacks that had taken place in the medical industries, where the ransomware attack was at large, the devices that get shut down, or the attacker asking for money in terms of to undo the damage. So these information are prevalent and were exploited at large. So this signifies we have to make sure the products that we produce from the industries that are used by a common man or the industries needs to be protected and preserved. So this is an attack surface which illustrates where an hacker or an adversary can make sure he can enter into the system and cause any kind of an adversarial effects that can be right at your home. Your neighbor can connect your Wi-Fi and cause once he's in the network, he can cause havoc. Similarly, in the industry, he can make sure the devices that are running and producing the cars, the two-wheeler parts, or any such equipments are hampered. And at the community, when we talk about the smart city, where your street lights, buses, trains, the ticketing system can be exploited and make the life difficult for a common man, and at the same time bring monetary issues to the government as well. And of course, we have seen multiple attacks in the past which have targeted the pipe delivery of the petrol, diesel, all these petroleum products. The two-wheeler industries such as Suzuki, the Maruti, or any such automotive industry are attacked in the past. And in the IoT devices, especially the Alexa, we have seen a news in the past as well. And many of the the giants such as Facebook, Amazon, have also been exploited by the insider attack. That's what we call as the employees turning rogue and acting against the behalf of the company's best interest. So what does hacking in general means? We have an hacker who gets in and controls any of your IoT devices, because it's connected to the network. I can get into the system, try to cause an attack, and bring the system down. In past, in the University of Newark or New York, the students have hijacked the intelligent AI-based coffee system or coffee vending system because it was connected to the internet, and launched distributed denial of service. That means all your coffee making machines were used to bring the whole server down. In general, we have an IoT ecosystem which can be exploited in multiple ways. These are the top 10. I always urge my team members and the other colleagues who are working on the products developed by Bosch or even outside to follow certain standards laid out in the industry so that the products we produce at the design itself can be secured. We need not to reinvent the wheel, get the product back from the market, and patch it. So if you take care of these principles, your products will be secure. First is your poor password. How many of your router at home still have admin as username and password? Have you checked it? Make sure you change it. Then insecure network services. So this is where if you have any Wi-Fi which is not secured with WPA2 or Web3, which is an outdated standard 2 and further down, can be hacked within few minutes. Ecosystem interfaces are just your USB, random USB lying around the ports which are not secured by username, password, can be hacked. Then update mechanism. We would have seen in our phones where we get our updates from the Samsung or the Apple that there is a security updates that have been released every now and then. Then we have outdated components. In the development life cycle, we tend to use certain libraries to assist the development of the product. These libraries, if they cease to provide an update, we have an outdated component which can be exploited by the hacker or malicious. Privacy protection talks about your own data if it's not encrypted and if it's in the plain text. Many of us as engineering students would have used the databases. These databases, if they have not been properly, access rights has not been maintained, all the data can be exploited. We would have seen in the newspaper that trillions of data is leaked, whether it's your Aadhaar card information or any of the website information where we have signed up. The data can be made available. So we have to make sure all the data that we use can be encrypted depending on the sensitivity. 7 is unsecure data transfer and the storage. Whether you transfer the data of individual or the medical record has to be in a secure fashion. Whether you do the transfer on the email, which needs to be encrypted, the communication channel needs to be encrypted, that's your HTTPS. Then device management. Like for example, when the sensors have been deployed in the operations, when I say operations, it's a factory floor, where each sensor need to be secure. If one sensor compromises, the entire flow of the development of certain product will be brought to halt, and in turn it causes a negative monetary to the organization. Then default setting, as this is one of the username example I gave, admin. So make sure you move away from the default ecosystem. Then is the physical protection. This talks about the devices that have been planted in an organization environment or the boundaries need to be securely safeguarded. That means it should have a minimum user access. In a companies, you have your own RFID cards to authenticate that the person who is coming into the premises is an authorized person. Similarly, we have in the college premises, I've seen the security also. He checks whether for your ID card. Similarly, such protection needs to be enabled. This is your typical IoT ecosystem where these things, whichever we just discussed, have been put into different aspects of challenges versus the environment. On the right, we see all the updates, physical barriers, hard-coded password, admin, outdated components, privacy issues, the data storage, and the network. At the left, we see the resources issue. We don't have a proper job description to bring in a right resource to the right profile of the application development. Then legality. So this is where you have a component that gets developed from an external party and get integrated into the main ecosystem. Then the knowledge issues we have, and prioritization of the productivity. So instead of taking care of all this security, if the organization goes for the protection of its own component, we end up with such issues. So we have seen the OSI layers in our education, in network, especially in the network. there are multiple layers of our OSI model. So here we have similarly a layer which talks about the data types, what kind of data that the system is processing, whether it's a sensitive data, video, audio. So these needs to be secured. So this is a typical characteristics of an IoT device. At the right, we have what can be the security vulnerability, whether it's for a data, we have users and the policy management issues, which needs to be addressed by role-based access control. The sensors or the actuators, which will give you the data at large, will get multiple solutions at the same time, which needs to be improved in efficiency when the particular subject is going for a mass production. Then we have the gateways, which in turn sends the data, whatever the data that you collect from the sensors into the cloud, we have a gateway. So we need to make sure the protocol that we use is secure enough to send the intermediate information into the cloud. Then we have the communication. This is again your actual connectivity from whether it's your home gateway or industrial gateway into the cloud, which will be further used for analytics or for monitoring. All this needs to be securely connected. Then we have the cloud. Currently, we have different types of cloud that are there. You have public cloud, wherein the AWS, Azure, or the Google Cloud is used. We have private cloud, which is in turn, again, by the organization have their own data centers, where they store the sensitive information and which should not be made available to the public. You would have come across the different layers of the networking, whether it's your demilitarized zone, SL1s and SL2s. So the organization usually follows the typical network structure, which will be in turn used to store their sensitive information, the records of the employees, or the information within their own boundaries. Yeah? And finally is the integration with the web and mobile cloud. So here, when you are using the smartphones, the cloud, the web application needs to be securely developed, deployed, and access rights has to be given to the right users. So that's where you get in your authentication, authorization mechanism. By understanding all these different threats in various stages, how do we make sure we make our IoT ecosystem secure? This is the basics of making sure the product that we develop is secure. So first we have understanding the IoT device. What kind of IoT device are we targeting to? Whether it's for the Raspberry Pi or a sensor, ESP32, all these different sensors, including your regular light sensor or a temperature sensor. What is the risk it brings? Whether this particular sensor can bring down entire organization. We have incidents at the past, whether it's an XUV 700 in automotive, which is connected to the internet, or any sensor that just monitors the in and out time can be hacked. Apply the risk reduction policies. So if we have typical vulnerabilities in the product, how are we making sure we mitigate such a risk by applying the risk transfer, mitigate, applying patch, so that the product is secure. We're not talking about one or two. We are talking about the lakhs. And that is spread across different geographical locations. The fifth talks about in case of certain hardware that gets breached, how do I make sure I mitigate it by applying the right controls? Whether it's a security update that we see on the phones or even in the hardware. Right. Then, so these are the general mechanism that we follow. I'm sure you would have seen such images in the Google or any of the internet blogs. First is having a secure infrastructure, network infrastructure. As I said in the earlier slides, we have to make sure at least we have the Wi-Fi's at WPA2, WPA3. In Apple, when you connect to WPA2, it already shows there is a weakness of the protocol used. So upgrade your routers to support WPA3. All the communications on the server should have TLS 1.2 or beyond TLS 1.3. Then network isolation. This is what we call as air gap. In any of the papers, please make sure when you're having a network which is in the operations, the air gapping should be the mandatory aspect, because that separates the outside internet from the internet of the organization. Strong authentication, we should limit or we should stop using the admin or any other simple passwords so that the dictionary attacks can be stopped. With this password, username password can be broken in milliseconds if you use the right tools. Then PKI, this is a public key interfaces where the encryption of taking your data, converting into non-readable format, and then storing it, either storing it or doing the decryption. The importance should be given in protecting the private key. Then analytics, as you know, now we have a lot of applications in the market which does the analytics of the data that we collect, and also the information that is being used for the log monitoring. Device management, we have the suites that are available to make sure the devices that have been deployed in the market and the field is securely connected. In case of any breach, this can be identified. Then regular monitoring and the security updates, as I said, FOTA, OTA are the things that can be used to make sure the applications or the devices that have been connected is monitored and updated for the patches. Okay, I think we discussed this. Okay, before we proceed for the next one, any questions or anything? Okay. Next is we have something called as a social engineering attacks. This is something non-related to the technical, but make sure you follow certain standards in your own life. That will be helpful. You would have seen these things in the newspapers. Other related scams that are happening. Why it's very frequent? Yeah? Because when we do certain property registration or certain places, we give our biometric. When there is no vulnerability, or if there is a vulnerability in any of the government websites, this information can be used against your own biometric and get the data out. This Aadhaar-based payment system does not require the OTP. It just needs your biometric. So using this information, the biometric can be easily put on a silicon and then given it out. So make sure in your mobile application, disable the biometric lock, put a biometric lock so that you are outside this. And check for your email if it's available in the dark web. There are a lot of websites that are available. Now Google itself has integrated in your own account monitoring to check if that certain information is available in the dark web. Yeah. Have I Been Pwned is one website where you can see your email address has been available in the dark web. Just see if there are any data breaches that have been associated with your own email address. Right? Then we have certain endpoints tools such as VirusTotal. Any link that you get from your friends or family or any unknown, put it in the VirusTotal, check if it's legitimate. Otherwise, we will fall for a phishing scams. And there can be chances that attacker can take control of the laptops or any other things. Right. Okay. I think, yeah. So do we have AI ML papers today? Certain ranges? Yeah. So what is AI? I think we would have already seen the AI ML, the difference between AI ML. This is more like an introduction to it. And now more from AI ML is a Gen AI, where the application is generating the content from the learned model, which can be also hacked. I think, ma'am, the time is almost done. Should I cover this or? Yeah. Let me take 2 minutes more and just talk about this AI/ML so that the next phases of where we are generating the content is also secured. Okay, we have supervised and unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, we have all this learned model, which can be used to train it, which will help us to identify whether the email that we are getting, the content we are getting, is secure or it's just a spam. This is a simple tool that we have developed in-house and also been using to identify whether the content itself is malicious or spam. When we use such things at large, we can get a notification from the scanners, the log monitoring analytics, the log tools, whether we are finding any anomalies in the network traffic. So this will scan about terabytes of data within the own organization, which in turn can be used to detect whether it's a normal traffic or an abnormal traffic. What are the uses of AI/ML in cybersecurity? One, we have the malware detection, whether the organization network is compromised or not. This will be very much helpful in the operation fields. Next, we have intrusion detection, IDS and IPS that we have used to secure our own firewall. Can understand the traffic that is being generated is a legitimate traffic or it's a bot attack. Then we have fraud detection. This is the regular, based on the certain individual characteristics of an organization traffic history, we can detect this. Credit score. Phishing prevention is something, as I showed in one of the previous slides, we can use this to detect the traffic or an URL is used for phishing attacks. Then cyber rating, the forensics and user authentication is a side products or byproducts of all these different things. All right. In cybersecurity, we have two different streams. One is on the offensive side and one is on the defensive side. So in offensive side, we try to develop in-house hackers, ethical hackers, the pen testers, where they try to breach the system, whether the controls that have been put in is secure enough to withstand an actual attack from the hacker. On the defensive side, we are making sure the controls based on the risk appetite of an organization, different assets that the organization has, can withstand an attack. So this is what on the defensive side. In between both, how are we making sure the intelligence of both can be used together, develop a robust system? In ISO 27001, we have different controls related to these. With the threat intelligence, vulnerability, the network, disaster, incident, this will make sure the organization is robust enough. I think with this, I'll stop my today's presentation. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask, either here or offline as well. I think you can ask ILB. I am very close here. Yeah. Just a note on the presentations, the images that you would have seen is kind of very generic, just to avoid the copyright issues from the organization against the information that can be shared. Just a note on that. Ma'am? Yes. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Think, has anyone seen this device? Seen? What it's called? Flipper Zero. This is your Swiss knife of hacking. You get a lot of things, a lot of tools inbuilt, which is basically the Bluetooth, RFID, NFC, the tag reader. It can do much beyond it. It's amalgamation of multiple tools. So this is one tool that I just wanted to demonstrate in this. And there are plethora of the devices that are available. This is also one of the one I just showed, how to make sure our devices that we develop are secure. I think most of you have seen the use cases of it, whether it's unlocking the car, hacking the phone, reading the RFID tags, and replicating it, all these things. So there are multiple tools inbuilt in this, ma'am. If I start, there can be some impacts, but this is one such tool I wanted to show. There are multiple tools available, but all these things comes with a caution. Do not use it against your friends or foes, family, or the organization. This comes with a great responsibility. This is where we call as ethical hacking, which is utmost important. Yeah.
So my question is, like, we have so much security, but still the scams are happening.
Yes.
Like morning in FM also, it was there, like around 3,500 scams are happening daily, like fraud related to the money and all due to the URL, phishing, so many scams. We are having, you have told now, so many security like injections and bots and all that things you have shown, like so much security is there, then why this, they cannot stop before happening this security? Why we don't have any strong cyber security system that which will stop all this? After happening, we are coming to know all that thing. But like spam filtering can be done before sending the messages, spam messages in Google and all. Like spam filter, it will go to spam folder, spam messages, and ham means inbox, we will get the ham messages, right? Like that, some filtering that we can do beforehand, before happening the frauds.
Yes, you are absolutely right, ma'am. In terms of, we have robust controls. I would like to answer this as a two parts. One is on the technical side. We have a lot of filters, as you said. There are a lot of algorithms which are running in the background to identify whether this particular link which is originating, does it have any previous information related to the hack or all this. We'll come to know. But on the other side is the usage. As a common man, if there are any certain things, like when we do the phone pay, now it shows whether that particular number is in contact or not. So there are two-step approach to that. One is on the technical side and one is on the side of user awareness. As an user, as an end user, I should be aware whether I'm dealing with the certain fraudsters. So this comes with education. Now, after a lot of years, the banks have made sure that not to share OTPs or give access to the phone or install any of these screen sharing softwares. So now the OTP-based scams have come down. This is the article that I saw yesterday in the newspaper. It has come down. I'm also a part of the Karnataka cyber security policies, which is enabling the organizations to take these cyber security measures beforehand. And I should thank the government of Karnataka as pioneers in bringing such policies at the state level when no other state has done it. With that, two things. One is on the technical side and one is on the user awareness side. And as a user, there was one article where one person lost about crores of rupees, about 7 crores, where he fell prey for instant doubling of the money. So usually the hackers or the malicious users try to exploit the personal side. The personal human chain is the weakest in the whole ecosystem. So we have to strengthen it. We also have to make ourselves cyber aware, read the news which are happening. At the same time, the organization, like if we are making the phone pay or Google Pay or any such tools if we are using, should also bring in. So this is the merging from the industry side and also from the general public. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yes, you're absolutely right. And Bangalore is a capital of IT scams. There are many incidents which has taken the life of a person due to this. And most of them fell victim for on a personal desire side, not on the technical side. Even if you bring in a lot of measures, on the technical side, they fall prey for the human side of a person. I encourage participants here to see the Jamtara movie or a series that had come up in Netflix. How many of you have watched it? Jamtara. I see 1 or 2 hands. Yeah, this brings in lot of awareness how a 10th grader can fool a utmost scholar or a researcher. It's a place near to Bihar, if I'm not right, where the people will use only Audi or BMW. So that's the amount they have collected. It's a huge, it's in crores of rupees. These are we also need to, along with our own learning of other things, we also should make, aware of ourselves for all these cyber frauds that are happening. So that's where when I go for technical sessions like this, I bring in the practical side. Like I was explaining the Aadhaar payment system to disable the biometric so that they don't use the biometric. Then, what was the other one? URL identifier. If we get any URLs in the SMS or email, just verify it. So share this information so that at the society we can be more cyber resilient. From our side, though it had to be done from the government, we can also make sure our own people, the friends, families is also secured. Thank you. Is there a question?
Abilities and face the threats?
Excellent question. So this talks about the cyber security supply chains. So we have a new dimension after 2020, 2021, where when we onboard a vendor, so we onboard, there are certain parameters which a vendor or a supplier need to fulfill. That is from the organization side. When vendors supply a certain component, it will be evaluated for the cybersecurity landscape. Yeah. So what is the component? Whether it's a hardware component or a software component. Hardware component can be your any SoCs or single boards that will be used for the Bosch products, or the software components such as a library that will be developed by a different vendor or a company. It will be evaluated whether what is the threat it brings in. That's what we call as threat and risk analysis. Then how does the vendor handle the vulnerability in terms of the FOSS libraries that he uses. FOSS is your open source libraries, free and open source libraries. What is the mitigation steps? How do we do the SLS on them? And then the component that he provides to us needs to be pen tested using certain standards. It can be your MITRE framework, it can be SANS top 10 or OWASP top 10. So these can be used to evaluate the cybersecurity landscape of particular vendor. If he passes through all these checks, he can be onboarded, because once the vendor onboards, he'll be responsible for thousands of appliances that particular component goes in once it's in a production. So we have, after the production, what is Bosch responsibility in identifying or filling the gap when there is a new vulnerability detected? Whether we transfer that vulnerability or the ownership back to vendor, or Bosch will observe. So these are the part of the SLS. Yeah. Any other questions? Right. I think we are in the time. Okay. If there are any questions, I'll be here for some time. We can connect. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we come to the close of this enriching event, it is very important to recognize and express our gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, honorable chief guests, and everyone here to make this event a huge success. It is my honor to invite Dr. Suma R., Associate Professor and Head of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks for today's event, 5th IEEE International Conference on IoT-based control systems and intelligent systems. So, as Helen Keller once said, the best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. So, thank you is one such heartfelt program. On behalf of students of TJIT Institute of Technology, on my own behalf, I extend hearty vote of thanks to the dignitaries for gracing the ceremony and sharing their findings and opinions during the memorable and successful event. Saying thank you is a respectful way to show the appreciation, but those words feel insufficient for our chief guest, Mr. Darshan Dwarkanath, Cybersecurity Manager, Bosch India Private Limited. So your acceptance of our invitation and your inspiring thoughts have truly enriched us, sir. So today I think we got to know keynote address about our IoT security. Okay, what are the vulnerabilities that are there and what are the securities that are there in those systems. So we thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. Thank you for being a part of us. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected chairman, Dr. Thomas P. John, in his absence, his unconditional support. My sincere thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. Suresh Venugopal, for his stewardship and unwavering support for this function. Thank you, sir. I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our administrative officer, Dr. Roy M. Raju, who helped us in obtaining necessary administrative approval for organizing this event in the campus. I express my heartfelt thanks to our coordinator, Dr. Asha S. Manik, for her constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy for making this event successful. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my gratitude to the principals of various colleges and HODs of various departments for their valuable contributions. A special thanks to all teaching and non-teaching staff for their contributions. I must mention our deep appreciations to the student volunteers whose hard work and dedication made this event a grand success. I also thank our organizing committee, electrician, photographer, housekeeping staff, and catering teams, and other members who are directly or indirectly who were part of this event. At the end, I would like to thank our participants for making this immense contributions here. Have a wonderful staying in the campus and enjoy the conference. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now kindly request everyone to stand together for the TJIT anthem.
Hold your heads high, make your way strong, be the harbingers on a brighter tomorrow, and be the harbingers on a brighter tomorrow, Go on, teach our lives, go on, teach our lives, conquer the world. Go on, teach our lives, go on, teach our lives, conquer the world. Foster your talent, be self-motivating. Foster your talents, be self-motivating. Let inspiration linger and be the creators of a brighter tomorrow, and be the creators of a brighter tomorrow, Go on, teach our lives, go on, teach our lives, conquer the world. Go on, teach our lives, go on, teach our lives, conquer the world. Let service be your motto, be innovative, show kindness to one and all. beliefs. And be the seeds and dawn, a brighter tomorrow, a brighter tomorrow. And be the seeds and dawn, a brighter tomorrow, a brighter tomorrow. Go on, teach our eyes, go on, teach our eyes, conquer the world. Go on, teach our eyes, go on, teach our eyes, conquer the world. Go on, teach our eyes, go on, teach our eyes, conquer the world. Go on, teach our eyes, go on, teach our eyes, conquer the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, a high tea arrangement has been made for your convenience in the car Porsche area. We invite you to take a short break and refresh yourself. Please note that the presentation will resume after a short break at 11:45 a.m. sharp. Also, a feedback form has been provided in your kit. We value your input and would appreciate it if you could take a moment to fill out the form and hand it over to the volunteers. Thank you for your cooperation, and we look forward to resuming the session after a high tea break. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to all the students and the presenters. It is an absolute honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the 5th International IEEE Conference. I am Shakti Ganesh and this is Dimple. We will be hosting this presentation. We are gathered here to share, discuss and explore innovative ideas and groundbreaking research that are shaping the future of technology.
Let me share a few words about our session chair, Dr. Srinivasa HP. Dr. Srinivasa HP has BE, MTech and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering. He is currently the principal of TJIT College, Bengaluru. He has more than 23 years of experience in teaching and administration in engineering colleges. His area of research includes wireless computer networks, edge computing, and cloud computing. He has published more than 24 papers both in national and international journals and has published the book on machine learning. Software for exam section automation and digital for his college. Welcome, sir.
Now I kindly request Dr. Asha S. Manik, HOD of Department of AI. I request the principal to show our perspective.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel
Without
like I
further
do
ado,
right now.
let us start with the presentation shortly.
The first presentation, paper ID ICIC NIS 1050, Visual Aid Novel Web Application for Low Vision People. Presenter Meghana N. Paper ID ICIC NIS 1050. Hello.
Hello.
So the presenters, just one important instruction. The timings allotted for the presentation is 10 plus 2. 10 minutes for your presentation, 2 minutes for Q&A.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meghana. I'll be presenting a paper called Visuate, a web application for blind people, visually blind. Visuate is a web application developed for partially blind people to detect objects, to show them the text and all. In real-time object, whenever an object is around you, it will detect the object and you will get a notification. In text and conservation, it reads and converts your text into speech so that it will read it to you. And obstacle detection, this is a hardware part. In object detection, we have used YOLO or SSD module, which is you only look once and a single shot detector. In this algorithm, we have used YOLO so that it is easy for an object to be recognized and detected. In text recognition, it is OCR, it is called object character recognition. It reads and it detects the text. In obstacle detection, we have used ultrasonic sensors so that it senses the distance and the obstacle front of you. In this A part, this is the main web page of our website. In B, it will detect the text. There are 3 parts, which is by uploading an image, capturing an image, and using real-time detection. In uploading an image, if you upload an image, it will detect the text. By capturing, if you give a photo, it will capture and it will read it to you. And using real time, if you don't have anything and you type it and you do it, it will read it and it will show it to you. Detect text, this is the real-time detection. And using image, if you show an image to the website, it'll tell you which image is that. In object detection using sensors, we have used ultrasonic sensor, which has emitter and receiver. In emitter, it emits the UV rays to the obstacle, and receiver receives it. And the battery voltage is 9 volts. The accuracy of real-time detection was 90%, and real-time detection was 75%. Overall, I would like to conclude my presentation with saying that Visuate is a web application, and it uses smart specs for visually impaired people to help in detecting objects, texts, and real-time detection. Thank you.
It's a web application now, where you will give the input of the data.
We have designed a website, sir, and then you have to place the input near the camera, web camera. So it will detect the input or text and it will read it to you.
What will be the minimum approximation distance to keep the object in front of the camera?
15 to 20 centimeters.
If that is the case, normal specs also can use, no?
For normal specs, it is 15 to 20 centimeters. For web application, it is 5 to 10 centimeters.
What will be the minimum resolution of camera which you kept?
In the sense?
Because in order to detect, camera should have some kind of a resolution, minimum resolution which required for your application, no?
It recognizes all texts and it will read it to you, sir. Whenever you upload an image, it will give you in black and white or color also.
See, your application says that visual aid for the low vision peoples. No, if
Yes,
I
sir.
am able to upload the text by myself with reference to the web application part of it,
There's only one step, sir. You just place the paper or the image only near the camera. You don't need to do anything for uploading and something.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next paper, paper ID ICIC NIS 024. Predicting Heart Disease with Machine Learning, a comparative study. Presenter name Helen. Paper ID ICIC NIS 024.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Helen K. Joy. And so this is a part of our research work done by our students, basically. So since they have their exam, I am representing them. So this is our research pool. So it is basically an ML algorithm. What we have done is the comparatives. Yeah, comparative study of ML algorithms for predicting the heart diseases. So as we all know, to give an introduction, heart disease has become a very, very normal disease right now. Like many of our near ones, our kids and kins were affected by this thing. So that is the reason why, since it is having a social impact, we started working on this part. Basically. So that is the reason that motivated our cluster to take up this thing. So to predict it in an early stage, basically, that's the idea behind this one. So what we have done is, we have taken a set of data set to work with it, and incorporating or using that data set, we were trying with the existing algorithm, which can give you a better outcome. So that's the whole gist of our work. Yeah, so I have given an introduction. Basically, that's what I have just given now. And we all know that India, not only India, all over the world, now this disease have become, it is affecting each and every one, maybe because of our lifestyle. Not maybe, it is basically because of our lifestyle. So what basically we have done is, so I will go to the data set part. Prior to that, what we have done in literature surveys, we have taken over the papers that is having ML algorithms in it. It worked with heart disease. So we have taken a set of like 20 to 50 papers that is basically having different algorithms like logistical regression, SVM, and even deep learning papers related to this. And we found out how things are working, or what are the different data set that they have taken, what are the accuracy, what are the drawbacks of that we have studied. Soon after that, what we have identified is different, what we have identified from the literature survey is different algorithms were taking different set of data set that is having different features. So what The next step that we have done is we have combined few data sets that is focusing on different heart diseases at different geographical area. So we combined this data set. This was one of the steps that we have done soon after our literature survey. So it is not a particular data set. We combined few data set. So obviously when we are doing that one, the next stage is like in data pre-processing. So data pre-processing, what we have done is, obviously we, all the data set was not having same set of information. So whatever is required for us that we were keeping, and the other things, the outliers, few data cleaning part also we have done and made it as the combined data set. After that, this is the whole model. What we have done is that we have taken the data set. After taking up the data set, basically we have, as we do in our normal algorithms, we have given into test and train, and we have given it for model. Basically, when we are doing that evaluation part, we have taken up a set of algorithms that is existing right from the logistic regression, SVM, random forest, even we have gone with CNN, deep learning and all. So what we understood from that study is, then we calculated the accuracy for each and everything, and we came up to know that it's not about the bigness of the model, it's about which one fit right. So this research actually gives an answer to it. So this is logistic regression that we have tried, SVM and random forest. And after this also we have tried with CNNs and even deep learning algorithms. But the best result was shown in random forest. That's why the other things were not shown. Like, so this is again to say one more, this is the finding that we got from our study. So for each one, we were calculating the accuracy, F1 score, recall and precision. And we found that the accuracy was shown better in random forest than the CNNs and in other deep learning algorithms too. So this is again to solve one more conventional thought that we all have, like we will be thinking if the algorithm complexity is more, so the accuracy will be more. It is not exactly the same. It's like whichever one fits into your, whichever application fits into your thing, you can optimize that thing over there. So here the random forest gave a best output. So this is the initial study. Still we need to work on this one. I mean to start our main work with this random forest. So this is the area under curve and the ROC curve, and the area under the curve is 0.95, which says, the meaning of that is, it says like the predictions that it have made is accurate up to 0.95. So with that note, I need to conclude this. The main idea behind this is, first new thing that has came up is, if you find any data set that is not fitting into your thing, you can combine it and you can clean it and make it fit for your work. The second thing is, we have just taken up the existing work or the existing algorithms where we compared everything and which one fits for your application best. And with that, we came to a conclusion like random forest work best for our application. So thank you.
Okay. You have used 5 data sets now.
Yeah,
Each data set is having different features usually. So how you made it as common in order to achieve those results?
Yeah, so what, for that, what they have done is we have taken it from, it is like, what to say, generated data set, not generated data set, existing data set only. We downloaded it from Kaggle, and then we have taken up the common features basically, and whatever is needed for us also. In the sense, few things like their pattern of food, their age, all those factors were similar. Those things were maintained. Few very important things that we need to maintain, such things, if the data is missing, few we generated also. So like faker data set, data creator was there. With that, we generated few data set, which one we cannot exclude. Such things we have generated and given also.
Based on the existing part of it, to make your project, for that you have generated part.
Not exactly. That's not the right way. Like few things, like maybe not maybe. It is like the heart rate. It won't be available in all the data sets. So in such scenario, based on the age, based on the other things, we have created for few things where it is missing. We cannot like not everything to fit into the system. Few data was good in the other part, so we combined it with the next one to fit into that.
I have one query.
Yeah.
As you told that your algorithm, what is that? Random, this one.
Random forest, yeah.
Forest is the best one part of it.
Uh,
Because in most of the cases, part of it, for certain kind of a data, SVM will be a good one, or random forest will be good, or even regression models will be good part of it. No. As you have done that relevance data when it has fetched from 5 databases, maybe random forest will give the good result.
No, the thing is like the same question when I asked in our own cluster, this one, the thing is like because it's an yes or no part answer classification, even I was thinking like CNN will give you a better output because it is a good classifier, but yet it didn't give a perfect output for this one where we understood like few things. We don't have to overfit, like we don't have to squeeze and fit things into it, or like the theory was exactly not working like how it is. It was my one concern that you have told I can take up because few datas are generated. So when it comes to real time, maybe like this concern can be considered. But for the data that we have taken up to the thing, this was the output. Maybe when we go to a real-time data set, because we have not taken a real-time data set for this one, the existing Kaggle data sets only we have taken. So when it comes to a real-time data set, we don't know. Maybe this can be reversed also.
The last question, maybe it may be out of this one. The recent data which proves that the heart attacks which is happening in the middle age part of it, will your data set is being equipped to predict that also for all age groups?
I didn't get it. One more time. You are asking like...
the data set which you have used to predict this heart disease, no. Is it for all the age groups?
Yes, sir,
or
yes, sir. Yes. It
for
is,
all the
yes,
age
it
groups
is,
part
yeah.
of it?
So that is why again like we have considered like different geographic area, different age. Age is a category that's incorporated in our data set.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you so much. The next paper, paper ID ICICNIS 761, Federated Learning for Predictive Maintenance, Model Comparisons and Privacy Advantages. Presenter name, Shiv Akash. Paper ID ICICNIS 761.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. My name is Shivakash, and I'm from VIT Vellore, here to present my research work on federated learning, specifically in the application of predictive maintenance. So the main objective of our work was to implement a federated learning framework to classify and identify the equipment failures. We also compare this federated learning framework with traditional and centralized machine learning models to see whether there's any trade-off in between privacy and model accuracy. This is a short gist of our literature review, not the entire one. I'm going to skip ahead due to time constraints. Moving on to the proposed system, federated learning, as I mentioned earlier, is a decentralized approach. So how it works is it has multiple nodes and or clients, and each of these clients have their own unprocessed raw data. And this data is trained locally, and only the weights of these models are being sent to the global server. And the global server trains these weights on its own and creates a global model and sends it back to the clients for an iterative learning approach. If you take in an application of, okay, so in application where multiple companies share a common cloud server, this is especially useful because as you can see, these nodes represent the edge devices which have individual data, and the model gets trained here, which goes on to the shared cloud and trains the global model and sends it back to the company. This ensures that none of the data for the company is exposed, and at the same time, it ensures a larger level of accuracy because the model is being trained with other data and a global approach as well. The main softwares used are, we use Python as a main programming language, PyTorch and scikit-learn for the machine learning model development, NumPy Panda for data manipulation, Seaborn and Matplotlib for data visualization. The two data sets we used are the machine predictive maintenance classification and gearbox fault diagnosis. The first one is a CC0 license, so we can use it and modify and edit it as we please. The second one, we can use and modify as long as the original creator is credited. The problem with federated learning was, since we kept transferring the model weights between the client and the server, there was a lot of computational delay and communication overhead. So we decided to reduce the dimensionality, and the data sets that we used as well were highly skewed. The number of failures were way less than the number of non-failures. So we used principal component analysis to solve this problem. How this works is it creates a new variable from the original variables or principal components, and these components contain uncorrelated data, and it ranks them in order of which has the most information of the original data. The problem with this PCA, however, was even though it solved the issue of the model skewness, there was a huge dip in accuracy, which made us realize that federated learning required a lot of the original feature diversity. As you can see, that we were able to reduce the number of features in both the data sets. And the number of errors and non-errors were equalized, but at the same time, we had to sacrifice the actual size of our data. Since this was not ideal, we looked into another approach and implemented SMOTE. All right. SMOTE, or synthetic minority oversampling technique, is a method in which we generate synthetic samples by taking any particle or any data point, and it finds out a neighbor or a similar particle that has similar features, and it combines some features of the original particle and this neighbor to create a new data point, which contains data that is similar to the original one, but at the same time it's very different. This worked perfectly for us, and we were able to solve the issue of class imbalance, and at the same time not sacrifice the overall quality of our data set. For the gearbox fault dataset, you can see that we were able to balance it with over 100,000 data points for both failure and non-failure. And for the machine predictive classification, we got it to up to 9661 samples. As you can see, previously the error samples were 339, and we were able to synthetically create more. Apart from this, we also performed particle swarm optimization to identify which hyperparameters are best suited for our training. This method takes a particle and trains it on the validation data and uses metrics such as accuracy or loss to score itself. Based on these, all other particles are ranked, and the best ones are used for the actual training process. For the gearbox fault diagnosis dataset, after PCA, these were the hyperparameters that we concluded on, and the same for the machine predictive dataset. Moving on to the results, we noticed that the federated learning approach either outperformed or had similar performance as compared to the traditional learning approach, and at the same time ensured privacy. So this was our ideal conclusion, and this is the result analysis for both the data sets before PCA and after PCA. As you can see that PCA did affect the data set a little bit by reducing the overall accuracy. Hence, we ditched it for SMOT. You can see how PCA especially affected linear models like logistic regression and ridge classifier. And the tree-based models of decision tree and random forest dropped about 3 to 6%. In the other data set, however, because the quality of data was overall better, we achieved high accuracy. This is the accuracy readings for both the traditional method and the federated learning approach for the gearbox fault data set. Here, in this data set, there are not a lot of significant increases because of the faulty data. However, in the other data set we tested, we were able to get much higher accuracy levels, with decision tree achieving the most accuracy at around random forest at 93%, and decision tree was close to that, around 90%. Here there's a detailed analysis of the traditional and federated learning approach. The traditional approach obviously uses just one node, and that's seen on the leftmost side. And we had tested it against multiple nodes, for example, 5, 10, 15, 100, all the way to 200, to test how it would be in a much larger and to conclude, we saw that federated learning can still maintain the same level of accuracy while maintaining precision, recall, and also privacy. Techniques like class imbalance to address class imbalance and dimensionality reduction were used. Moving on to the constraints of our entire approach, data quality was a huge constraint. We had to search a lot for the data sets because a lot of data set had low quality data that could not be used. For example, the gearbox diagnostic data set. And dimensionality reduction also affected our models a lot, which made us conclude that the federated learning approach requires all the features to be intact. On top of that, computational complexity also comes into picture. As the more number of nodes increases, the computational intensity also increases. The number of the machine, it's very intensive on the machine. And scalability as well. Scalability becomes an issue because, again, when there are multiple nodes and there's multiple transfer between of the model weights between the client and the main server, you can have a lot of potential communication delays, which can delay the ultimate convergence process. What can be improved is we can further optimize our models. In this approach, we used PSO. We can also use approaches like deep ensemble methods to further optimize our models. We use Fed average to average out all the weights in the global server. Other methods such as Fed SDG or federated stochastic gradient descent can also be used. Heterogeneous data as well, so that where we can personalize our models and in a clustering of, we can cluster clients that have similar data sets and also personalize it according to a specific client. And also transfer learning could also have been used to improve our work. Moving on, I'm just going to touch upon the social and environmental factors of this. Since we are doing our main application on predictive maintenance, there's an increased operational efficiency and job security. One, because predictive maintenance can reduce unplanned equipment failures. And two, it also provides job security in highly risky working environments where the prediction of when a machine is going to fail can potentially save lives as well. And there's also a reduced in environmental impact because we use lesser power to perform this. This is, of course, under the SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, which I've mentioned earlier about how this can be useful for the community as a whole. These are our references. Yep, thank you.
As the system itself, we say that when it has been decentralized part of it. So the computational is I, as its limitation itself. But with this particular I computational power, the lower end devices need to be equipped more, no? That itself will be the major drawback in order to achieve the accuracy.
Yes, sir. So as I said, because the computational power is high, we can use certain methods to reduce this. For example, methods like clustering of clients. So if there are certain clients, for example, like let's take like hospitals. Hospital data are fairly similar. So by clustering clients that are hospitals together, their data alone can be trained in the global model instead of training it with everyone else. Let's say there are like 4 nodes, like from hospitals, one from a factory and one from a car automobile manufacturing department. So what can be done is, usually what we've done is taken weight clients and then averaging it and then helping them. These clients, we can only take the average, the weights from the 2 hospitals and customize the data specifically for them. So that can help reduce the strain on the systems.
How often you are syncing the data from the global server to the clients?
So this is an iterative process which happens as and when, which happens like as often as possible. Because the thing is, how it works is it takes the model's weights and also combines it with other data, but at the same time the unprocessed data still remains in the local server. Because of that, we can be done how many ever times we want, as the main data is not going to be shared among others. With that being said, after a point of time, obviously we are not going to see a much higher increase in accuracy, and so that's when there are methods such as fallback and callbacks that you can use to reduce it from overfitting and maintaining it at a certain level.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next paper, paper ID ICIC NIS 1138, NeuroNet, Convergence of Brain-Computer Interfacing and Networking Technologies. Presenter name Nandini R. Paper ID ICIC NIS 1138.
Hello. Good morning, everyone present here. My name is Nandini. My topic today is NeuroNet. It generally converges our brain signals with the network, whatever we use, like net. First, what is brain-computer interfacing? Brain-computer interfacing is that we are using our brain signals, like how if any information we want to switch on a TV or something, we are using our hands to do that. But in brain-computer interfacing, we are using our signals and the device. Only the signal and the device will communicate. Human intervention will not be there. Human intervention will not be there. So in brain-computer interfacing, there are steps. Okay. Can I get the mic? I'm sorry. There are so many steps, main steps in doing this. So in general, we use the EEG head cabs for the signal acquisition. But in this research, in this project, we have generated the signals, taking the frequencies. Brain generally, it generates many a signal which has so many frequencies in it. Based on those frequencies, the work, so whatever we work, whatever we think, it depends on those frequencies. So first one is signal acquisition. Signal acquisition is basically done by the EEG head caps, which have some sensors to take the signals. But in this, we have generated the signals. Then signal processing. So in general, a brain signal is a continuous signal. So to analyze or to send it to the devices, we need to make it in a discrete format. Like to get a particular frequency. If we want to get a particular frequency, we should convert it into a discrete domain. Then feature extraction. So based on the frequencies, we can classify the works. So if we want to switch on a TV, then there will be a different frequency. If we want to like open some app on our phone, then there will be different frequencies used. So then classification. So in classification step, so these functions are further classified, like to on a TV and to like to change between the channels or switch between the channels. So all these will be done. All these will be taken care in brain-computer interfacing. Now, how this integrates with the networking part? Yeah, this is networking. In networking, we use, like there are so many devices like our smartphones or laptops. So those will work on a main protocol that is IP, like internet protocol. Like all of our phones have these IP address. So if we match those with the server and the client model, then we'll be able to communicate. How these two are working together. I have told you all that our brain will not, at a time, it will not release a particular frequency. It has a mixture of frequencies. So there are the frequencies, those are the ranges of frequencies which a brain generally emits. So if a person is in a low active mode or is in a mode of chilling or something, if that person is not, if he doesn't want to think too much, then our brain releases a delta wave, which is a very less frequency. And coming to an extreme end is a gamma frequency. In gamma frequency, if a person wants to solve a problem or if he is planning to build a project or something, so then a brainstorming is needed. At that time, our brain will release a gamma frequency. So in this project, we have used a beta and gamma range of frequencies. So in this project, we have done one with where the client and the server is the same system. And one more thing is the client is one system and the server is another system. So for example, now I want to open a calculator in my laptop. So my client is also the same system and the server is also the same system. Server is basically when you want to browse something, when too many people are using the same website, you get a server low. So that is where people request, and server is something, it will give it to us. Whatever we request, it will give it to us. So server is the same thing. The server is a laptop and the client is also the laptop. So in this project, we have tried to open a calculator in the laptop. Then when the client and server are the two different systems, when the server is a laptop and the client is a phone, and when I want to open, so server is basically where everything is there, and client is just requesting, I just need this thing, I just need this thing. So client is just requesting. So based on that, this thing is, so when client and server is the same thing, we don't have to use any IP address because it is the same device. And when server and the client are two different systems, here comes an IP address. So when the IP address of the server and client meets, that means when they are same, and when they are connected under the same network. So that is when this happens. So that is the generated signal. The last one is how our brain emits. The last one is it is a mixture of all those signals. That is how our brain emits, and all the above things are single frequency range. That is, it is divided based on the frequencies, and this is the how the last wave, when it is converted into a frequency domain, that is a discrete domain. In our project, we have achieved, when we tried, like when the server and the client is the same system and the server and the client is a different system, we have achieved the output, like opening an app or opening a calculator, opening a camera. Further discussion is we are trying to integrate it with some hardware. So when hardware comes into a picture, so there are wireless devices like Bluetooth, all these need to be integrated. Yeah, thank you.
Your main project is brain-computer interface, no?
Yes, sir.
How that communication with computer it is actually happening?
So that thing is actually happening when the frequencies are meeting. Now there is a client and a server model. When there is a signal going on, and when the particular frequency is met, then the server will tell this frequency is met, and the client will be requesting, and when the signal is going on, and when the server meets the condition, the client will get the output.
Between client and the server, or with the brain-computer integration, no, which is exactly the common factor, how the signal is processing, who is capturing, how that signal has been processed.
So in this, we could not do the real brain signal. This is the output that I showed was the generated signal. Like we used Python to generate the signals, and when a particular frequency, like I told you, when we are using the beta and gamma range of frequencies. So when that particular frequency which is needed to open an app is met, so then, so all these are interconnected. The signal thing is connected with the server, and the server is connected to the client. So whenever the main frequency is met, the further thing happens. So the connection point is now the signal and the server.
With reference to the same system using client and server, the output will be different. At the same time, when uses different two systems, as one is client, one is server, there will be a variation with the output part of it.
So is
it true?
So when it is the same system, there will be matching, like no need of too much of whatever we need, it will just show as an output. But when the client and the server is a different system, and when they're connected on the same network, some delays or some things may happen. It's not as the same as when the client and the server is the same and client and the server is different.
Then in such cases, we cannot keep every time the same system, only both client and server, no?
Sir?
We cannot keep client and server all the time as the same system.
Yes, sir.
Then your prediction results will be varying, no?
Yeah, it will vary. We just wanted to show it as when the client and the server is the same. We have to still work on that, like integrating it with some hardware or some other clients or something.
Thank you.
Yes.
The next paper ID is ICIC-NIS 004. The title is Employing Artificial Intelligence Methods for the Diagnosis of Autism Spectrum Disorder in Children. The presenter is Helen K. Joy. I repeat, the paper ID is ICIC-NIS 004.
Good morning, everyone. Before starting this presentation, so I want to tell a very tiny introduction about this work. So with that, I will start. I don't want to name who it is, but one of the student from this is having a family member who is autistic that made him to take up this project actually. So basically what we are doing in this thing, autism is well known to everyone and that's a kind of drastically increasing, not drastically, but up to a phase it is increasing because of the high usage of like screen time plus the genetical disorders. There are many constraints for that. So one of the person in this family member was affected by this, so he wanted to work on this area. So that is why this particular thing is taken up for research. So basically in general scenario, so this is the flow of work. Yeah, so in general scenario, this autism spectrum disorder, when a person is having, generally psychology people will be identifying it using some measurements, like they will have some set of questionnaires, and if based on the value they get after the calculation, upon that they will be deciding that whether you are autistic or not, based on the value that they are given. That's a traditional method that is followed for this, identifying this particular thing, basic. And for children, basically, if we are trying out this kind of thing, we don't know how much accurately we will be getting the output also. Along with that, it is not only the questionnaire. One more stuff to add with that is, it is not only the questionnaire part, it's like there are few other things like age factor or like whether the child is affected by jaundice or not. There are many other. The objective of that is basically to understand and to use the ML algorithm. We know the boom of ML algorithms. It's like with the existing algorithm, we are trying to particularly focus on this particular application, how it can be efficiently predicting this autistic behavior or autistic spectrum in children. So for the literature survey, they have taken up papers. They started working from the psychology part of it till the ML part of it. So basically 10 to 15 papers on this ML part and 5 to 6 papers on that top part, basic analysis was also done. So yeah, coming to the data set part. So here, the data set that we have used is having near to 2,000 instances, where we have taken 28 attributes of that will be noted, showed in the next slide. So here, along with that, along with the questionnaires that it is available, that is the AQ score, along with that, the other constraints are also considered, and we will be sending that to a ML model, which can predict it precisely to give a better output. So later stages while modeling, after defining the data set, we have trained the model, and then if a new person take up the question, so we here the model that we have used is XGBoost. It will be trying to give you an output that is more precise, and that will give you a precise answer like whether the child is autistic or not. So these are the attributes, the 28 attributes that we have taken. You can see the A1 to A10 score. That's the base question. That is the base questionnaires that the people will be asking. It's available in Google also. That's a base questionnaire, 10 questionnaire that they will be asking to understand. So basically, in traditional method, this is the thing that they will be considering to understand whether the child is autistic or not. So for the data set also, all the data were not available, so they have taken, these students who are working under me have gone and taken up few real-time data sets, also, not everything. They could gather up to 200 to 250 within their non-circle. So along with that, there was existing data set also in Kaggle that was combined for the data set part. So if you check on the data set part, along with A1 to A10 question, we are not only considering that, we are considering the other constraint also, including whether the child was affected by jaundice or the gender, the age, the use of mobile or the screens. So all these things were considered. The next step was, as usual, the data pre-processing, data cleaning, the pre-processing part is done, and we were just trying out the different algorithms. So why they have gone for this is, like, initial stage, it was not easy to predict or like to prove which one performs better. They have gone through the existing algorithm, and XGBoost performed better for this one. All the process like hyperparameter tuning, this cleaning, feature engineering, everything is done. This is the step, the process of working. So basically the data set is taken. The data set is a mix of real-time and the existing data sets that's available in the Kaggle. And we have taken particular features out of that. That 28 features are considered out of the whole one. And after test and train split is done, then we have calculated to understand the accuracy. We have taken these factors like accuracy, F1 score, precision, and recall. Basically, every algorithms, like, we will be able to understand it with these parameters. And at last, the comparison is done, and the results have shown. So you can check out the results. These are the things that they have tested, and the final output is shown as a graph. If you can check out here. So on this, okay. Yeah, on the XGBoost part over here, the accuracy, yeah. Over here, the accuracy, the precision, the recall, like for while testing also and while predicting also, it tried to give the better output for this XGBoost algorithm. So we had like, these are the discussion that we had when we are trying out this thing. There are ethical constraints that we have to go through. Like, it was not easy to collect the data set also. Difficult, but still, people are still working. The cluster is still working on that. And the other question and all for taking up. So that was one more constraint. But when we get a pure or real-time data set, the performance, the working will be better. So many of the algorithms, as of now, like, we cannot prove that this is my better output only because of that data set. If the data set is clean and real-time, we will be able to prove. So halfway over, the thing is like, and the whole almost around 2,000 data set, 250 is only real-time data set. So the constraint, the other models, everything is done. So if we can refine more on data set, we can have more prediction or like more understanding on or clarity on this particular work. With that note, I want to finish this work. Thank you.
On this, much questions I'll not have. I have only one question of this. As you told us, there is a data privacy comes into the picture. Whatever real time which we are capturing to predict it now, in that, how we may feel that we will not get the complete correct information about all the parameters. Maybe few parameters they'll hide it or they may give randomly. But with that, it is difficult to predict it about this disorder, no?
Exactly. Like, the thing is, mainly this actually not happened in this project. There is one more project that is working on this sentiment and analysis. For that also the same thing happened. When we get a form also, basically, it's not sure that we will give the correct data. So that might give a slight variation, but if the data is more, literally more, like we cannot say that everyone will do the same. So few outliers will be there, but there are chances that, or like psychologically, so we had a discussion with the psychology people also for this questionnaires. So what they have told is like up to a limit we will do it for fun, but after that our brain get tuned to it and we will try to intend to give the correct answer. But as you told, that exists for almost all the research, which is associated with questionnaires basically.
With this, can you increase the number of attributes which you collected with the psychological this part of it, so that the results can be still better predictable?
So you're saying like above the 28
As you
attributes.
told that when we go with our brain also get trained, and after that we start giving accurate part of it. No, instead of 28 parameters, if we increase little more parameters with a.
Yeah, so for that constraint, there is one more thing. So as the number of questionnaires increases, people interest to answer towards that also will reduce. So mainly for making questionnaires, we discuss, we normally we won't make because we are into technical side, it won't come out nice. So the people who are working in that psychology department, they will help us to make this thing. So they will take many constraints. I'm not very good at that, but in the discussion, what I understood is there are based on the number of questions, based on the shortness or the words used in that, all these things affect, because it is children, the way the form should be, all these things matters. That's what my understanding is. Thank you.
Okay, before starting with the next presentation, first year students of TJIT, your lunch break starts from 1:30 to 2:15. After that, you have to attend the classes. And for the participants and the staff members, the lunch has been arranged in the church basement. Please collect your food coupons and have your lunch when you're free. The next paper presentation, titled Generation of Lower Limb Exoskeleton Joint Angles from SEMG Inputs Using Machine Learning. Paper ID ICIC NIS 798.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for today's presentation is Generation of Lower Limb Exoskeleton Joint Angles from Surface Electrobiography Inputs Using Machine Learning. Myself, Ritu R, along with my co-author is Dr. Srija Kochuvale. We are from Amita College of Engineering, Bangalore. Okay. These are the contents, introduction, objectives. Introduction. Lower limb exoskeletons have been now developed for a social cause, mainly combined with robotics, machine and deep learning techniques, and it is a pioneer research area nowadays. And there is a requirement of very noisy surface EMG signal. It required to be converted into a smooth, continuous joint angles. And of course, there is a and comfortability for the wearer who is having partial or full impairments. And most of the recent work had been concentrated mainly on hip and knee joint angles. So more work need to be done for ankle as well, as because for a leg, ankle, hip, knee, parallelly it should be considered. And there should be a reduction in the complexity, like number of electrodes placed or hardware complexity should be reduced. And more research need to be done to develop a low-cost, energy-efficient lower limb exoskeleton. These are the objectives. The dynamic modeling of 3 degrees of lower limb exoskeleton, 1 degree of freedom in sagittal plane for knee, hip, and ankle. And I had considered 4 SM-EMG signals from 4 pivotal muscles that is contributing to the walking motion, that is bicep femoris, gastrocnemius lateralis, tibialis anterior, and vastus lateralis. And I had used the 4 machine learning algorithms, random forest, decision tree, convolutional neural networks, and k-nearest neighbors to generate hip, ankle, and knee joint anchors. And various performance indices like mean square error, mean average error, and all, it find the effectiveness of these models. These are the challenges. You should have real-time capabilities. Decision making, if it is moving from a standing position to dynamic walking, the design should be considered. It should not cause injury to wearer. It should be adaptable to user size variations. Then complex kinematics, real time should be there. And also there is a difficulty in mechanical implementation due to actuators and all. These are the applications, gait rehabilitation, human locomotion assistance, and for human strength augmentation, particularly for military applications to carry the weapons and all, they can use this one. This is a summary of the literature review I had done. And this is the literature survey on machine learning techniques. So different neural networks, support vector machine and all done. And I had analyzed a comparative study on the literature survey. My methodology is I had developed a dynamic model of lower limb exoskeleton with 3 degrees of freedom by Lagrange's equation. Then I normalized the maximum voluntary contraction of SEMG signals for 4 muscles, and I had taken from a database for 1,000 samples, and generation and training is done by random forest, decision tree, convolution neural network, and k-nearest neighbor, and to produce the joint anchors for knee, ankle, and hip for sagittal plane. And this comparison is made on R-square and different error metrics like mean average error, mean square error, and all. And these are the muscle position that I had taken. So these 4 muscles, it is contributing to walking motion, like for swing cycle, stand cycle, and all, it will be contributing. That's why we had considered mainly that 4 muscles. And these are the network we had used, random forest, decision tree. So it has been observed that random forest regression model has least values of mean average error, mean square error, and root mean square error. And comparison indicates that RF machine learning algorithm is a suitable model for extraction as well as generation of joint anchors. And performance are comparable as hip angle in RMS is least in k-nearest neighbor. And for knee ankle, RMS is same in both decision tree and k-nearest, and ankle is least in KNE. So worst performance is observed in convolutional neural networks in terms of all these performance indices. So these are the comparison. This is a chart that is showing. So you can see that random forest is the best model for the training and generation of hip joint angle as well as other angles also. So CNN is showing the worst performance. in terms of all these performance indices. So these are the values obtained for knee joint, ankle joint anchor. These are the comparison with other research works. So our model shows little more best performance than the other models by considering 4 SMEMG inputs. Conclusion from the regression plots can be concluded that random forest is the best model and it can accurately predict the joint anchors and it shows tightest fit to the ideal line, and decision tree model performs well but overfits slightly in some region, especially with higher values. And both the decision tree and are comparable in the regression model, and decision tree appears to be slightly better than CNN. And CNN mainly shows more deviation in the middle ranges, like that in between the stance and swing phase cycles. So again, KNN is also sensitive to the outliers and noisy data. Say SEMG is mainly a noisy chattering kind of data. And future scope, so it will be focused on more advanced and adaptive machine learning techniques. And also it may be extended to lower limb exoskeleton with more degrees of freedom in frontal and or coronal plane as well as transversal pair. And even I'm thinking of introducing the possibility of hybrid machine learning technologies for enhanced performance. Even hardware model need to be developed for this one. Thank
You have told in the conclusion that RF model is best, which has outperformed this
yes.
one. Then what was the use of need of comparison with other?
Explain that one because even though two types of comparison I had made, one based on the regression model, like how the data fitting to that particular regression model, and the other one based on the performance indices like mean average error, mean square error, and all, RMSE, root mean square error. So that indicates the accuracy.
And all your results when you are showing, no, which are the performance indicators which you have used, or parameters which you have used, you have not explained in your work part of it here. Because you told that is our model has produced this with MSME or MSE, MS, all those things, no. But which are the performance indicators which you have taken in your work?
Performance indicators I had taken in terms of performance indices itself.
That indices you are not listed.
Yes, it is listed, sir. That mean average error, mean square error, root mean square error, and also that regression, that how accuracy, how it is dependent variables, how it is depending on the independent variables like SEMG features. That also I had taken in my model.
This data, how many samples you have taken?
1,000 samples I had taken.
That 1,000 samples are images or what?
That 1,000 samples are the SEMG signals, that is surface electromyography signals.
It is
that
open
it's
source?
a maximum voluntary contraction, that signal we had taken. Actually, that SEMG signal should be processed because it is highly noisy kind signal that we had processed, and we had taken that envelope part, and this one we had trained for the neural networks as well as the machine learning models we had taken, and we had generated corresponding joint anchors.
So this images open source samples you have taken, or?
I had taken the samples from the database.
Which database? It is open source available, or?
It is open source available.
How many samples you have taken, you told?
1,000 samples I had
1,000
taken.
samples.
1,000 samples were provided for different
And
persons.
what are the
with-
features you have considered?
I had considered mainly 4 muscle data.
Huh.
That is gastrocnemius, like 4 muscles are there in the leg that is contributing to the walking motion. That 4 muscles I had taken, that data was provided in terms of this maximum processed as well as raw SNEG signals was there. So from that only I had taken that data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
A comparative study. Presenter name Santosh Kumar. ID ICICNIS 276.
Hello, hello. Hyderabad. So my paper is IoT Smart Driving Protocol for Unmanned Ground Vehicles, a comparative study. So in this paper, I'm going to compare the 3 protocols which are used for the unmanned vehicles. So basically in the unmanned vehicle, basically they are using, in a traditional unmanned vehicle, there are 3 protocols are used to run the unmanned vehicle from the remote area. So, and unmanned ground vehicles are emerging different sectors like military sectors and agriculture sector and other rescue operations. These are mainly used for a rescue operation in the military sector. Smart driving protocol enable control GUV through the user-friendly interfaces. Nowadays, most of the IoT-based protocols are used to control the unmanned ground vehicle through the hardware components. But in this paper, I'm going to compare the 3 smart driving protocols for the unmanned vehicles. So mainly this paper aims to present the comparative study of 3 existing protocols. One is V2X and ITS and DSRC. So, and this paper is mainly focused on the technological gaps in between the traditional protocols V2X, ITS, and DSRC. So, the first protocol, ITS protocol. So, this protocol is mainly used for the controlling the remote area applications like surveillance, remote surveillance, smart surveillance, like that. This IoT protocol mainly used for the type of operations. So basically, ITS is mainly suffering from the delay of the protocol, delay of the instructions. Each instruction will transfer to the remote area application through this ITS protocol. This protocol mainly focusing on the non-acknowledgement instructions. Next protocol, dedicated smart range communication system protocol. This protocol is also used for the controlling the IoT applications, and IoT ground vehicles also use these protocols. Mainly, this protocol is used for the short distance controlling of IoT applications. Next protocol, V2X protocol. So this V2X protocol, there are so many limitations are there to control the IoT ground vehicles. So mainly IoT ground vehicles mainly run with MQTT protocols, message queuing telemetry transport protocol. This protocol mainly suffer from the delay because it will run with the UDP protocol, user datagram protocol. So in this protocol, the main concept is datagram. So if the datagram reached very fastly, then the IoT-based unmanned vehicle can react very fastly. If it is unable to deliver to the vehicle, then it is complicated to run that IoT controlled vehicle through this protocol. That is a main problem with this protocol. And other limitation for ITS protocol, DSRC protocol is the main, when you focus on the ITS protocol, this protocol mainly focus on the latency. In this protocol, latency is more when compared to other protocols. So, and next one is the DSRC protocol. This protocol is a short distance protocol, and it will maintain less latency, and also it will provide more interactive elements from this protocol. And the research gaps. So the latency is the main problem in the IoT controlling process, IoT ground vehicle controlling process. And another challenge is in the decision-making situations, environments, the IoT ground vehicle should respond fastly, and it will take the decision very fastly. With all these operations will be done by the protocol. So protocol must be maintain the low delay in the controlling of IoT ground vehicles. That is the main research gap in the IoT protocols in the tradition system. Now, these are the references. So I already designed some of the part of this vehicle. I already designed new IoT protocol from this research gaps. So can you play that? Can you play that video? So I already designed one vehicle to run this system with this existing protocol. It is already running with ITS and DSRC protocol. So some of the work is already done by this IoT controlled vehicle from these protocols. I will show that video. It is already 50% of this development is completed. So you can check this vehicle is running with ITS protocol. I already told in the first phase. This protocol run with machine learning algorithm and also with IoT smart driven protocol. So in the IoT smart driven protocol, it will run with a GPS tracking system and also run with GPS unmanned vehicle protocol system. So I developed one sensor, that means distance sensor, and also camera is also installed. Based on my height, it will follow my pose detection system. So based on the pose detection system, it will identify, it will transfer to the IoT protocol. Through that smart IoT protocol, it will transfer the information to that controller, which is controlled by the IoT smart driven protocol by ITS. So based on my height, it will identify the pose detection and it will reach that particular pose detection, that is height or some another parameters which are already installed in that IoT controller. So here mainly I used a short distance dedication protocol. This protocol only limited for small geographical area. So in this small geographical area, the problem is latency, the delay of the instruction execution. So that is the main problem I observed in this protocol design. Thank you.
I think your comparative study when you are doing all these protocols with the parameters you could have analyzed and told that with reference to the drawbacks part of it.
Yes, sir. Actually, in unmanned controlling system, these protocols are basic protocols. So nowadays, in military sector and agriculture sector, they are using smart interfaces to control these IoT machines or IoT vehicles. So I'm trying to design a new protocol which is more user-friendly when compared to the existing systems. So that's why I focused on these protocols. What are the problems are there? What are the technological gaps are there in this protocol? So after that, I will try to prepare a new protocol which is more effectively and more friendly to the user, which is controlled by the remote area.
Understood. But to design that one, you are saying that there are protocols which are having lot of drawbacks part of it.
Yes.
Those particular, all the parameters you could have taken to analyze it and say that these are all the drawbacks part of it. Because the description which says or the explanation says only the basic features which they're having a drawback part of it.
Yes.
Because you are trying to design a new protocol over there, and it is yours is a comparative study part
Yes.
of it.
Yes, sir. In my comparison, I observed these existing protocols are hardware protocols. So when you move the joystick, it will generate one signal, and that signal will be transferred to the electrical form to remote area vehicle. But I'm going to prepare a protocol based on these technological gaps.
Already we have edge computing protocols for this one, no? That you could have utilized it.
So actually, I'm going to develop a IoT protocol, IoT-based protocol. So in this IoT-based protocol, Wi-Fi and GPRS and other Wi-Fi related communication like LoRa, low signal operated wide area network. These are the advanced concepts in the wireless connectivity. So if you use that type of connectivity in the traditional protocol, we will get more effective, friendly environment, friendly user interface for the controlling process. That is my main intention of this study.
Because according to my this one, edge computing has got all using the latest protocols part of it, because it is mainly on the edge, it is IoT based only, it will be there.
So actually, I didn't focus any edge computing protocols related context in this protocol design. Just I'm simply focusing on the IoT based remote area connectivity challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next paper presentation by paper ID ICICNIS 799, Automating Nutritional Claim Verification, the role of OCR and machine learning in enhancing food label transparency. Presenter Karthikeyan and Sahiti. ID ICICNIS 799.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sahiti.
I'm Karthikeyan.
We are from Velur Institute of Technology to present our paper, Automating Nutritional Claim Verification, the role of OCR and machine learning in enhancing food label transparency. Have you guys ever wondered what the nutritional claims on food products actually are? Do you think all of those are accurate? For example, I've seen no cashews in cashew nut cookies. Similarly, Indian Council of Medical Research has released a paper stating that many nutritional claims are often misleading. So we thought of coming up with a solution that defines the accuracy of the nutritional claims that are given by the food products. Before moving into the solution, let's understand why this problem is actually important. Sometimes all the nutritional facts given on the products are not really accurate. So these may decrease the confidence of the consumers in purchasing their products. These often can lead to many problems like diabetes, obesity, etc. We have conducted a survey in which many people told that they want to buy products in which the information about the labels and everything is accurate. So also a paper has been released in 2010 stating that 75% of the consumers are skeptical about the food labels and the nutritional claims given on the product. So this has motivated and inspired us to develop a project that integrates technology such as machine learning models to come up with a solution. Let's understand the workflow of our project. First, when the user uploads the image of the product, It undergoes pre-processing techniques such as grayscaling so that we get a clear image, which undergoes OCR processing. The OCR extracts the data from the image, which the optical character recognition, it extracts the data, textual data from the image as represented here, and then these extracted data undergoes text normalization and lemmatization so that we get the standard values, such as sucrose is converted into sugar. We get a standard format, and those are given in the base format. These then undergo the machine learning models such as SVM and decision tree model. Now SVM helps us in classifying the binary values. It helps in identifying whether the product is actually organic or natural. For suppose I want an individual claim to know whether it is really low fat, so then we can use a decision tree model.
Yeah, this is where those key ingredients are mapped. Like to avoid the stop words, we use lemmatization and tokenization and machine learning, as she said. Yeah, this is our extracted data set, which we extracted from USDA. It's a public repository. US Department of Agriculture has posted this repository. And this is the calorimetric comparison among vegetable, meats, and dairy, nuts, and fruits. And these are our key values. Like vegetables, we had 166, meat 371, and dairy 80, and nuts 45, fruits 103. And then, as we said before, we are using two claim classification models basically. One is for binary classification, that is SVM, and another is for multi-classification, that is decision tree. Let's see the comparison. Here, the primary use of the SVM is for binary classification, and the decision tree is for multi-categorial claims. Let's say here, in decision tree, the interpretability is high, because we can come to know why the decision is made in decision tree. Whereas in SVM, the feature vectors, like the hyperplane is drawn by the input vectors, which is highly complex to understand. Whereas when it comes to performance, decision tree is moderately accurate, whereas SVM is highly accurate because the claims are regularized. Same way when it comes to overfitting, and when it comes to decision tree, it may lead to overfitting. So we need to prune the unwanted branches. Whereas in SVM, it's a robust regularization method. Yeah, again, the output is classified into multi-category when it comes to decision tree, and binary when it comes to SVM. Yeah, this is our results we have attained. For SVM, we had an accuracy of 90, and for decision tree, we had around 85. And when we saw the training accuracy and validation accuracy, we got a close edge. And when it comes to training loss, it went far beyond, but still the training loss and validation loss are almost similar, which I can confidently say that my model can work on new data sets. It has the adaptability. And for decision tree, these are the feature importance which are used, like protein, fat, calories, and sugar. Yeah, these are some of the references. From Colby 8, we came to know that 75% of the consumers are skeptical about their food labeling, and 37% from Davis et al. We confirmed that 37% of the consumer would switch brands for clear labeling, and this is the main motto of our project. Like Indian Council of Medical Research, they stated a report that most of the claims are misleading. Yeah, thank
you. Your main work is based on the label, the ingredients or the whatever it has been there, with the contents inside, or with reference to the health records
So,
part?
actually, our main thing is we scan the backside of the food product, sir. Let's say a food product has ingredients, nutrition. Now, user can ask for the claim. When it comes to SVM, they say
Leave SVM part of it. See, you scan that particular one, you get that particular nutrients as well as the ingredients part
Yes,
of
sir.
it. So that one, you are comparing with the contents of that packet, or you are comparing with the health department data.
We'll compare the contents of the packet with the threshold values mentioned in the USDA data set.
Then in whole your presentation, no, you never shown that the contents of it was being tested for the accuracy of that particular value or not.
Sir?
The contents inside that particular packet is being tested to say that the values which is being printed on the label is correct or not. That particular part of it which has not been explained.
So like when we get the extracted data after undergoing OCR, that data set will contain the values of the product. That will undergo the decision tree algorithm which is compared against the USDA values. That is how the...
That is what my question was. You are comparing inside the contents, or you are comparing with the data given by health department or whoever it is being.
data given by the health department, sir. There is a claim, sir, like low sugar, low fat, those claims and all, there are some minimum threshold. But what they are using the ingredients, but they are, what to say, like they are misleading the consumers based on the ingredients. That's why we are done.
Like they will give the claim that this is low sugar, but then if we check in the ingredients list, it does not match with the threshold values in the USDA, which which matches the low sugar values.
According to the recent issues which has been happened with the health drinks part of it, all those things. No,
Juices.
based on the claim and contents, there is a variation.
Yes, sir.
But I can print low sugar, all those particular data. Accordingly, I'll print it on the outside label, which matches with your USD data sets part of it. But that doesn't predict it that the contents are having the same thing.
Sir, for our future work, we are planning for computer vision and we are planning to scan all those contents inside it, sir. For now, we started with the labeling, sir.
Because that is what with reference to the title as well as with reference to your explanation part of it, which is there, no? So it is only with the data set and the data label, you are just comparing part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next paper ID is ICIC NIS 646. The title is Towards Safer Roads, a Green Corridor-Based Traffic Signal-Free Management of Emergency Vehicles in VANETs. The speakers are Chitesh Kumar, Divyanshu Kumar. I repeat again the paper ID, ICIC NIS 646.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, the title of our paper is Towards Safer Roads. So, it's basically a green corridor for traffic signal-free management of ambulance. So, I am Divyanshu, and I will be presenting with Chitesh. So, this is the content. So, basically, our focus has been emergency vehicles are very important, like on the road when there is congestion. Like, how will we inform a safe movement and a faster movement for emergency vehicles in emergency conditions? So the traditional methods has been just like using sirens or sounds to alert the nearby traffic so that corridor can be made for the ambulance. But still, a small time delay can always be risky for the ambulance. So a siren clearly doesn't indicate an ambulance position or lane to other vehicles. As we know, like, we don't really know where the siren is coming from, so it's not so perfect. So here are some statistics. According to AIMS report, in 2020, 98.5% ambulance carry dead bodies only. So basically it highlights like how ambulance has not been able to deliver it fast enough. And then again, NHTSA is a US-based database. They suggest also that every year there are 29 fatal crashes due to ambulance. Since ambulance are not able to reach on time, they drive faster and there are more congestion. A lot of fatal crashes happen, and so there is an average of 33 fatalities annually in US. Then, so this is a graph from India again, which also shows like there have been a lot of deaths because of ambulance accidents itself, which happens in Bengaluru itself more often we have seen. So for the solution, we are going to use autonomous vehicles algorithms. So as we know, like VANET has been a lot popular recently for vehicle-to-vehicle communication. So V2V and V2I are the upcoming technologies for autonomous vehicles, where they connect with RSUs on the side of roads, and through their OBUs, they will communicate and tell their position to the other vehicles and command them. So seamless, okay, yeah. So, wait a second. Yeah, so there are 4 components of this protocol, V2V, V2I, V2P, and V2X. So the whole communication protocol works like V2V will ensure vehicle-vehicle communication where collision avoidance is done, speed synchronization, and traffic management. They send a specific set of messages to each other to ensure that safety is ensured. V2I is again through infrastructure to traffic lights, road signs, etc. Image shows the same. So what we propose? So we want to develop a algorithm based on VANET. VANET is basically the same thing, vehicle ad hoc network, where ambulance journey is made safer, and we are not going to interfere with the traffic lights, which people generally do, or development of a green corridor throughout way. We just want to develop a way somehow that there is no congestion because of ambulance, plus there is full safety ensured, and no traffic lights are involved. Like, we don't want to interfere with that. So, okay. So the literature survey, the first paper which I have put is basically it highlights that whenever an ambulance comes, just switch to green light and let them pass, which has been simple enough, but it may not be useful for all the time because it will harm the general traffic and all, as we can see in the images itself. The second paper is Safe Smart, which has been very popular in this domain. It uses ITS G5 technology, just explained by one of the researchers before. So this technology is basically asking that we develop a routing algorithm plus traffic light, the same idea. When the ambulance is like within a 200-meter range, we switch to green lights. And so the first paper is again, they are using different technologies, basically LTE. And the last paper is basically focusing on development of a green corridor itself for the same thing. So basically, for V2V, we are going to use 2 kinds of messages, the algorithm which we are going to discuss further on, which is BSM and WSM. So BSM is basically basic safety messages, and WSM is wave short message, which are used for different purpose while autonomous vehicles are moving throughout the road and they communicate with each other. I will explain them one by one a bit. So this is the content of BSM message, where we send all the details of vehicles, like message count, temporary ID, time, position. So this will basically communicate the location of ambulance and what is the status. And WSM is like a beacon message to the close by vehicles to ensure that presence of ambulance is ensured. So Chitesh will explain the algorithm now.
Thank you, Divyanshu. So continuing with the proposed methodology, so let's take a scenario where ambulance is approaching towards the intersection where there is a traffic signal. So how effective our safety link algorithm is with respect to both ambulance as well as the other vehicles. So let's consider about the ambulance, where you can see that there will be a start. They will be checking for the condition whether D traffic is going to be less than D mean. So before understanding this flowchart, I would like to know some of the 3 parameters in order to make you understand this flowchart clearly. D traffic is basically the distance between the traffic signal and the ambulance, and D min is going to be assumed as 800 meters. It dynamically changes based on the traffic density. And then TTL, as we know that it's how long the message will be stayed in the network. So whenever the ambulance approaches towards the intersection, and when D traffic is going to be less than D mean, so initially it checks for that. Once, if it is false, it is going to check whether the ambulance has reached the destination. If no, it will be continuous movement, normal movement with siren. Once the condition keeps looping until every 10 seconds, until the condition is true. Once the condition is true, the ambulance is going to broadcast BSM messages to all the nearby vehicles so that they get alert. Sorry? Too loud? Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay. Okay, fine. Then why it's going back? Is this the one, right? Okay. So I want to just give a gist of what we are explaining the algorithm. So imagine that D traffic is going to be greater than D min. The arrow mark you can see is an ambulance, where ambulance is approaching towards the intersection, where there are like 4 roads there. And the rectangular boxes are going to be other vehicles. Whenever the ambulance is approaching towards the intersection, there are D min. D min is the 800 meters as we have assumed. Once it crosses that D min, so ambulance is going to broadcast BSM messages to all the nearby vehicles where we have see rectangular boxes in order for the creation for the green corridor that gives alert. Then once, as you can see, there is a D min less than is equal to D traf less than is equal to 200 meters. So this will be in the continuation of the formation of green corridor. Once it crosses, once it crosses, once it crosses 200 meters, what happens? There will be a clear shortcut for for the ambulance for the free flow in the mid lane, where the ambulance, where the other vehicles will arrange the green corridor by assigning, by VANET, which is like there will be a car node number. So whether it is a E1 or odd, which will be assigned by the VANET. Whenever it broadcasts the BSM messages. So we are going to align in the green corridor where some of the vehicles are in the left lane and then some of them in the right lane. And whenever it crosses 200 meters, what happens is, so this is the green corridor formation as you can see the right side. So once, once it crosses the green corridor, what happens is, so whenever it crosses the 200 meters, it is going to like generate or like WSM messages to other vehicles so that it make them alert such that the other vehicles will go in the left lane and whatever the other roads are there, right, it's going in left and right lane. So that it will be a smooth movement of ambulance. Yeah. Okay. So we can conclude that our proposed algorithm, safety link algorithm, is one of the leading solution for, for enhancing the response time and the safety measures in terms of the ambulance as well as the other vehicles. And even we are going to save more like patients' life in the future. And so this would be our future work. As a future work, what we are going to do is dynamically changing the D min based on the traffic situation, traffic density as well, and then implementing our algorithm in real-time basis. And the next addition of effective routing algorithm so that from the source to destination, it will be faster to approach the hospital. So that's the future scope. Yeah. Thank you.
In the messages which you are broadcasting it now.
Yes, sir.
Have you set that with that particular intersection, which direction your ambulance moves when it crosses that intersection? Because you told that around 800 meters or before that, one broadcast message which will go for all the vehicles part of it. Yeah. Yes, it has reached to the one, to this one. till that intersection, the path is cleared. But after that, whether it is going on a right side or left side or straight or some crossroad or which path part of it.
So the contents of the BSM message will contain that part, and basically the vehicles coming from other lane will be known that ambulance is coming from the right side of the intersection or left side. BSM has a payload section which will contain that part, and since it has a larger range, we are using BSM for the initial parts when it is around 800 meters.
Till the intersection part, it is correct.
Okay,
But
yeah.
after that intersection, which direction it moves, and to that particular vehicles also you should give the alert part of it, no? Or else it will stop all the sides and making green path, whichever direction it wants.
So in the green corridor formation is only with the road where the ambulance is. Other vehicles will get noticed. Sorry? Yeah, you can show once. So, yeah. So what happens is, sir, when the ambulance is in one road, the vehicles which is there in the same road will be for the green corridor formation, where the other vehicles will be get alerted so that they have to move in a particular lane. Maybe there are like in a road, there are three lanes, where the mid lane is like allocated for the ambulance, and show that bits. I think that would be better. Still one more. Yeah, yes. So this I was saying, so once ambulance crosses 200 meters, what happens is these, whatever the vehicles, other vehicles are there in the green corridor formation, they will be alerted. This, the ambulance is going to alert all the other vehicles which is there in the other road, saying for the left road, for example, it will be moving in the left lane, and the right road will be like mentioned.
See, in this diagram, your ambulance moves straight.
So that the information will be, sir?
Your ambulance moves straight.
Yes.
In case if the destination is on the left side part of it, how that communication goes?
So the routing, initially what happens when from the source, what happens, they will be allocated for the ambulance for the shortest path. So there is a dedicated map, so where the ambulance is moving, right?
That dedicated path, how the other vehicles in the intersection will come to know is my question.
So payload will contain all the direction where the ambulance is moving. For example, for this where the ambulance is moving, for them they'll get to know by the green corridor formation is going to go straight. For other vehicles, through WSM message, what we are going to do is there is a payload where we are going to mention that the ambulance is going in this way. In that way, we can convey to those other vehicles.
It is VANET. Efficiency matters, energy and efficiency matters a lot in this. How you are taking care of it?
Energy and efficiency in terms of what, sir? The messages?
VANET.
VANET. Sir, we have set a frequency, like in what frequency like we are sending the messages to other vehicles. Energy and efficiency here means like, that's what the ranges I have given you, sir, the 200 meters and 800. 800 is based on the density of the traffic, whatever is going on. The 200 meters is just it can be changing. It cannot be only 200 meters. Based on the strength of IoT different devices, they can broadcast the BSM or whatever WSM messages to other vehicles, so that it will be high frequency, but high accuracy. But the only thing is like at the intersection, the only like other vehicles should be aware, like surrounding near the intersection, not all the vehicles. So the strength, whenever the ambulance is approaching, the strength will be increasing whenever it is approaching towards the intersection. So definitely strength will be good, it will be great, strength will be high when compared to during the intersection, because they should only get more alert when compared to others, right? Because whenever, so generally this situation is in the intersection, the traffic will be very high. It will be dense.
When traffic is high, communication is also high.
Sorry?
When traffic is high, at that particular junction, communication override is also high.
Yes. Sir, we are also, yes.
Correct, no?
Correct. The car node, whatever we are mentioning, sir, that will be assigned to a VANET. So by that, like, we are filtering it out. That will be helpful in order to like communicate in faster way. Yeah, you can just explain.
So yeah, one of the limitation of V2X has been that point. Basically, in case of very congestion, V2X struggles a lot because it spends a lot of energy. but still V2X has been a lot efficient and accurate. That's why we have been preferring over that, and it has preferred messages and accurate payloads which we can use. That's why we have gone with that. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So thank you so much. After this session, there will be shutdown for half an hour, and then afternoon session will begin. So the next session, paper ID ICICNIS 1210, optimization of delay and energy in wireless body area network using swarm intelligence on dynamic BW 1210.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm here to present an optimization technique which is optimizing two features, the delay and energy, in a wireless body area network using swarm intelligence-based dynamic bandwidth allocation algorithm. This is actually optimizing the two features, delay and energy, using a new algorithm, which is swarm intelligence algorithm, in an next generation Ethernet-based passive optical network. So basically, this is an optimization of the features in an optical network system. And this optical network system is using for the particular thing, body area network. The optimization, the background is the system. In the system, it's a medical-based system to monitor the parameters, the vitals of a patient before or after the medical situation. So we'll be having so many type of sensors, and specifically wireless sensors. All the sensors will be generating the data, the acquisition system, and the sensors will be of different variety. So heterogeneous data will be collected, processed, analyzed. So in that case, we need to be optimized about the size of the system, the communication protocols, the bandwidth, the latency of the system. So in this case, So this is the objective of the system, to allocate the bandwidth efficiently. That is the objective of getting the swarm intelligence into the picture. We can have so many methods for the dynamic bandwidth allocation, starting from the round-robin method. And there are so many other methods, heuristic methods are there. And here it is an intelligent method where we are getting the help of so many swarm intelligence. That means we are taking the adaptation or help from the nature, and specifically here, this particular swarm algorithm is specifically and optimization, and colony optimization is the one we are using here. So just like how ant is optimizing the distance for its prey or food, we are using that technique for the routing, optimizing the routing, the distance between the units in the communication network. So here, NGPON is the network where we are applying the bandwidth allocation algorithm based on the swarm intelligence, and the dynamic bandwidth allocation is including the delay, which is related to the latency, and energy. When we are applying the dynamic allocation, definitely it will be helping the energy as well. So as an introduction, as I said before, it's a wireless body area network system where we are using so many sensors to monitor various vital parameters like the heart rate, pressure, oxygen level, blood sugar. And in addition to that, there may be so many data acquisition systems like to get the scan, to get ECG, EEG, so many parameters where we are using so many electrodes. So in collecting some of the vital, we need very small amount of data, very narrow bandwidth is required. But like EEG, ECG and all, we need so many data electrodes, and we need to have a very big bandwidth. since we are using optical network, its bandwidth is very high, it's very high speed communication network, but the allocation of the data, according to the requirement of that particular unit, we have to allocate. Otherwise, it will be a waste of energy. So every time we have to check whether the system requires that much of bandwidth or not. Because every patient will be having different set of sensors, different set of vitals we will be calculating. So every time we have to do that. So many methods are there. Here we are using the swarm intelligence method where we are optimizing the distance, the delay and the latency of the system. And for that, so biomedical signals and images, all the signals we will be using. So first, we will collect all the data. So in the unit, we will be collecting and we'll be converting the data if it is in analog form to a digital form using the ADC, analog to digital converter. And there will be a microcontroller unit associated with the particular optical network unit. And the basic processing will be done by the MIC, but later, the analysis and processing cannot be done at the place. We will be transferring the data to the other units, like the experts, the doctors and all. So we will be using optical network for the transmission of data to other areas. So we can use any multiplexing technique like TDM, which is time division multiplexing, or since we are using optical network, we can have wireless the wavelength division multiplexing or frequency division multiplexing as well. And we can add voice over IP internet protocol or circuit emulation services in case if we want to add some other things, like if we want to incorporate the voice or some circuit switching emulations are needed. So we can include anything to that. So all together we will be having a data. So the data will be deciding how much of the network bandwidth we are going to use. So this is a proposed system of showing all the sensors. Doesn't mean that all the sensors will be using. We'll be using certain systems, certain sensors for the particular patient. So whatever it is, we'll be collecting the data from the sensors. ADC will be converting that into digital, and MCU will be processing the basic conversion, basic arrangements, everything will be done. And some data will be locally stored in the memory, and the next stage is the radio. That means the communication, where we are optimizing the bandwidth. And these are some of the literature survey where various type of dynamic bandwidth allocations were proposed. These are not having any feedbacks. So the new, the proposed model, which we are proposing here, is using the positive feedback, which will be helping us to optimize the distance and latency. So this is the existing condition. So in order to identify the quality of service, we have to check these parameters, like how dynamic it is, how much delay it is providing, and how effective it is, how much energy it is consuming. And in order to incorporate all of this, we cannot depend on a single algorithm. So that's why a new algorithm, which is based on an intelligent allocating method, is proposed. So online DBA method can also be used. So this is the existing methodology in which we have two sections. One is optical line network, and the other one is optical network unit. So there will be so many optical network units. These network units will be multiplexed with the AWG. This is a wavelet grating method. And the OLT has a pool. That pool has a high priority pool and low priority pool. According to which priority pool the ONU fall into, will be deciding how to allocate the bandwidth. So this is the existing method. There is no feedback. There is no previous information. There is no details about the current situation. So there we will be using swarm intelligence-based DBA. So specifically ACO, which is ant colony optimization technique. So in this method, it is optimized how long it can be used. So this is the basic idea. So already existing method, which is the dynamic bandwidth allocation method, which is a very fast method. In addition to that, we are adding the intelligent bandwidth allocation, algorithm also. So it is getting some inputs from the already existing dynamic bandwidth algorithm method, and it will update. So the data will be positively feedback. And this is the intelligent bandwidth allocation agent, where we are having the artificial swarm intelligence algorithm. So it will be classifying it into some traffic information as well as the network monitoring, and the network monitoring will add to the algorithm as a reward, and the traffic information will be added to the status. So it will be maintaining the status, the current status, and the previous details as well. So it will be helping. So this is a comparative study which has given us the result. So based on the basic method of DBA and one hierarchical IPAC method which is taken from the literature survey. Both these are compared with the proposed method, and it is clear from the comparison that the proposed method is showing the effectiveness in terms of delay as well as the bandwidth utilization factor. So one is about the overall delay, which is related to the latency of the system. The second one is how the bandwidth is utilized. The other methods, you can see that unwanted bandwidth is utilizing there. So that's about the work. And this is the conclusion. By this, I'm concluding. This method is proposing a very optimized and effective method to utilize the bandwidth as well as not taking the unwanted energy or not utilizing the unwanted things from the network. Thank you. These are the references.
Yes, you have told about so many sensors, you will be collecting the data. After that, you will be converting it into optical. From there, the complete bandwidth allocation but before that, from the sensors to the optical, there will be a communication which does with the normal communication part of it. Yes. But there, when it is collecting more, there itself the delay will be more.
Yes, sir. We have to optimize that session also. We have to optimize the collection of the data as well as the communication, preparing the data for the communication also. It's a very important factor that will definitely, there actually the latency lies.
Yes.
The latency lies
delay
there.
Latency.
Yeah.
And one more thing, when we are collecting all those things, again, it need to be converted for the optical transmission part of it. No, that conversion time also will be a little bit consuming part of it over there, no?
So basically, I have considered the situation like currently we are using optical network for the high-speed communication. So inside that particular optical communication, how it can be more made more efficient? No. Definitely, there will be delay.
From the sensor sites, whatever collected, no, then that need to be converted into optical format to transmit it. Sir. No, there that particular conversion delay also will be there.
Yes,
no?
Sir. We will be using optical amplifiers for the conversion. EDFA kind of amplifiers will be using there. So there will be delay as well, sir. So in this paper, I have focused only on how the allocation of the bandwidth is optimized in the network. If we are not using any dynamic allocation methods, it will be taking further more delay. And it will be taking, the bandwidth will be utilized unwantedly. Because since you are using optical network, the bandwidth is huge. So these two parameters only included in this paper, but definitely
and
those
from my perspective part of it, as you are now taking into the communication part for a dynamic bandwidth allocation part of it, so positive feedback is the one which is being taken. Yes. Why you are not considered the routing algorithm into the picture over there?
So routing algorithm, swarm intelligence is using the routing algorithm only, sir.
Is it using that one?
Yes. Because the natural, the ant colony optimization technique is including that one. How the ant is identifying the shortest distance between itself and sometimes its mates, or sometimes the food or the prey. So the optimization they are using the pheromones and all. Once they are moving, they will be leaving the pheromones. So likewise, we will be leaving the information about once one path is optimized, so that will be retained. Otherwise, in dynamic allocation, the previous data, the feedback is not there. Every time it will be doing in a real time. So here we are using the feedback also. So we can optimize the routing. That is the proposed man.
So when we consider that positive feedback, how much data you are taking into, or how much positive communications which you have received it, you are considering it in order to choose that particular path?
The data will be stored, sir. So I
No,
cannot
usually
quantify
like
that.
if we get one reply also through RTT or something, we will get that is positive. With that we will be deciding, or you will be deciding with a set of positive feedbacks.
Sir, in a network, there will be so many different paths. So out of this path, which will be the least distance, will be evaluated that time only. But using this method, it will be stored. The last path, whichever path is used, the data will be retained. That is considered as the positive feedback. And that data will be reused for the next communication. Just like ants are following the previous ant. So the previous communication will be followed by the next communication. That is the proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So participants, you can go for your lunch break. There will be 30 minutes shutdown. No presentation will take place. And you have to report at sharp 2:45 p.m. here. Thank you all. Weather patterns and energy consumption in residential buildings. Paper ID ICICNIS 540.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akshay, and we are from VIT Chennai. Today, we are here to share our work on exploring the fascinating relationship between weather patterns and energy consumption in residential buildings. Along with my co-authors and under the guidance of our mentors, we have used a data-driven approach to address a global challenge: efficient energy management. Energy is at the heart of modern life. Over the past decade, we have seen energy consumption skyrocket, driven by urbanization, a rising population, and climate change. Among all sectors, residential buildings consume a substantial portion of electricity, making them an ideal target for optimization. With the growing emphasis on sustainability, understanding and managing this consumption has become more important than ever. In our study, we investigate how weather patterns influence this energy use in residential buildings. Traditional methods often rely on surveys or physical models, which can be time-consuming or limited in scope. Instead, we have adopted a data-driven approach which leverages advanced deep learning techniques including LSTM, bi-LSTM, and attention-based LSTM. These models allow us to accurately predict the energy consumption and provide actionable insights for reducing costs and optimizing usage. These are one of the important literature survey papers that we observe. Now moving on to our data set. Our work is grounded in a data set collected from Houston, Texas over a period of 4 years, from June 2016 to August 2020. This data set is very unique because it captures energy usage across a variety of real-world contexts, including weekdays, weekends, vacation days, and even the COVID-19 lockdown period. We have analyzed the data at a granular level, differentiated between daytime, nighttime consumption. For instance, during the daytime, appliances like DVRs, water heaters, and refrigerators dominate the energy use, while at night, washing machines, air conditioners take the center stage. To ensure the reliability, we meticulously pre-processed the data and addressed any missing values and the anomalies. The dataset forms the foundation of training and validating our predictive models.
So, coming to the methodology, we have primarily used three main predictive deep learning models, which are LSTM, bi-LSTM, and LSTM with attention models. So, before going into detail about any of these models, I would like to just brief on why we have used LSTM network instead of using any other machine learning or deep learning approach. So, LSTM supports long-term dependencies in sequential data, which means it considers the future as well as the past values in order to produce output. LSTM also solves or mitigates vanishing gradient and exploding gradient problem, which is common in recurrent neural network architecture. Vanishing gradient is just when you use multiple layers for a model, the output value tends to decrease. So in order to solve that, we use LSTM architecture. About LSTM, it is basically long short-term memory. So it recognizes relationship between past values in order to produce the output. So moving on to the LSTM architecture, we have three main gates: input gate, output gate, and the forget gate. So the input gate controls what input values that are being fed on into the algorithm. The forget gate controls which information is discarded from the previous time step. Output gates control the output values. Bi-LSTM, bidirectional LSTM. So it is basically a very simple advanced version of LSTM model, which includes both future and past time step values in sequential data. In this manner, we can combine outputs to provide more comprehensive understanding of the data and the output. LSTM has two main layers, namely front-to-end sequential data layer, which accounts for the past values, and the end-to-front layer, which accounts for the future values.
Now,
Now, moving on to the attention-based LSTM. In the normal LSTM, all the previous outputs are compressed into a single input for the next time step. But in this method, a lot of the information may get lost and is disregarded. Now, to prevent this from happening, we use an attention-based mechanism to highlight the important features which can better the prediction for the next time step. So this is done by assigning weights to each time step in order to improve the efficiency of the model. Now, how do we go about doing this? First, we use the tanh function, which is used to calculate the importance of each time step. Now, next we use a softmax function, which is used to calculate the probability distribution for each time step. The result of this function is the attention weights for each time step. Now, these attention weights are then multiplied with the input features for each time step to derive the context vector. The context vector is passed to the next layer for the final prediction. It ensures that the model focuses on the most important parts of the sequence for the task at hand. Here are the model evaluation metrics that we have used. We have used the mean square error metric, root mean square error metric, mean absolute error, root mean absolute error, and the R square metric. Now, this is the accuracy for each of the different models. As we can see here, the attention-based LSTM has the highest accuracy with 0.99, followed by bi-LSTM with 0.98, and lastly, LSTM with 0.95. Thus, we can say that attention-based LSTM has the highest accuracy out of the three models.
Our findings highlight the potential for reducing energy costs, improving efficiency, promoting sustainability. The use of attention-based LSTM, which outperformed all the models with exceptional accuracy metrics, incentivizes the value of leveraging cutting-edge AI techniques for such critical applications. While our research has yielded valuable insights, this is only the beginning. There are several directions for future exploration, which include exploring the data set, incorporating data from diverse geographic locations, integrating it with smart systems, and incorporating renewable energy resources. Thank you so much.
Yeah, your presentation is good. I have one question. There's a basic. Okay. What's the difference between energy conversion and energy efficiency? Because you mentioned everything related to energy with the AI. Okay. I just asked the basic question of energy efficiency and energy conversion.
I'm sorry, sir. Energy conversion.
You discussed in the slide everything energy conversion.
Conservation.
Conservation.
Yes, sir.
But I asked energy conversion.
You're asking for energy conversion.
Energy efficiency and energy conversion. What is the difference?
I'm sorry. Energy efficiency is just utilizing the available energy properly to maximize the output. So that is efficiency. And I'm not getting the question, sir. Conversion?
Conversion.
So conversion is basically one form of energy to another, like how you convert solar energy to electric energy. Like how we mentioned in the future scopes, how we incorporate renewable sources of energy. So using wind and solar energy for our project can also help us in improving the sustainability.
Here you are not mentioned anything related about the conversion.
What, sir?
Here you are not discussed about the conversion.
Okay, sir.
It's not your work, huh?
No, sir. Our main objective is to maximize the efficiency. And we are not really using the alternate sources of energy for conversion. And we are not really converting it to... We are only improving the efficiency of what we have. Like, since the energy is being used in certain ways in the residential areas. We are observing that pattern and we are trying to come up with solutions, like how to maximize the efficiency. Yes, sir.
So before the last slide, 2 slides before, you mentioned the performance.
Yes, sir.
How have you done that? LSTM, something you done, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you determine that performance?
Yes, sir. Like, since, like we mentioned, the 3 modes that we used were LSTM, by LSTM, and LSTM with attention. What LSTM does is it takes every single input in the same way. What LSTM with attention does is it converts, it uses tan H and it makes the, it multiplies it by the weight matrix and it makes the, yeah. Yeah, it highlights certain features and using that, it takes the one with the maximum value. Like it uses the most important ones and it improves, like we can observe that attention fetches us better results than the other 2.
That performance you done in your lab or it's a data you collected from somewhere?
What, sir?
That performance you shown, na?
Yes, sir.
That is your real work you already done in your lab or you can take from somewhere?
Yeah, we only did, sir. We only observed like the data which we said was from Houston, Texas. And it was observed over a period of 4 years. And using that, we calculated these results.
Okay. Which open forum you used to collect the data?
Sir, Kaggle.
Huh?
Kaggle.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Now I would like to invite paper ID ICIS IS 319 title High Performance Computing for Efficient Transaction Processing, a comparative study of parallel and sequential execution using SQLite. The name of the participants are Roshan, Shamem, Pritam, Nitish and Kumaran.
So very good afternoon to one and all present here. So yeah. So we are coming from VIT Chennai. So our work is based on high performance computing for efficient transaction processing, comparative study of parallel and sequential execution using SQLite. So in traditional transaction system, so basically most of it is done using sequential execution. So in our current technology and place where it evolves very fast, the sequential execution takes a really long time to execute. So to solve that problem, we have tried implementing, we have taken a data set and tried implementing a parallel computation which can reduce the runtime and then increasing the speed of the, increase the performance of the transaction process basically. So to use this parallel thing, we have used SQLite along with Python. SQLite is a lightweight storage, serverless storage. Okay.
So this is our system architecture, which has 5 modules. One is user, transaction, processing, database, and perform analysis. The user module, what it does is it generates unique primary key for each user, and it initializes the user balances for the transaction system. In transaction module, what it does is it validates each user's sufficient balances, and it generates unique hash key values using SHA-256 algorithm, and it generates hash values and sends it to processing module. In processing module, two processes occurs. One is sequential and other is parallel. In sequential processing, each transaction is processed one by one. And parallel processing, each all transaction is distributed to 6 cores, CPU cores, through which the transaction is performed. And this is a performance analysis where the throughput and efficiency and performance measures are calculated.
So we have taken a sample of 1,000 transactions to use and check the runtime for the sequential and the parallel execution. So initially we tried using 100 or 90 transactions, but we weren't able to do many transactions. So we went for open source data set, and we took it from Kaggle and ran the data sets. So we actually saw that the success rate in sequentially was far better than the parallel, but then the runtime and throughput is higher in parallel processing. So these are the graphs. Yeah, so we saw the performance comparison in sequential and parallel. In sequential, we have 98.9%, but then in parallel, we have 98.5%. And the efficiency is parallel is more efficient because it allocates resource according to all the cores and makes sure that no resource is empty and just idle over there. Then we have the execution time comparisons. When we run 1,000 transactions at a time, per second, we are able to do around 22 transactions in sequential, but then we are able to do 56 transactions in parallel per second. So it's almost more than 2 times the efficiency of sequential. So that's why we're using parallel over here. So the future research can be based on the distributed database systems. We're using SQLite over here, which is actually, it doesn't need a server to store its DB. It's mostly a single application based server, so you can easily integrate it. And also we can use it for blockchain technology where it is decentralized and more secure and transparent. So usually we have POS and POW to validate the transactions. Those are actually done by the miners in the blockchain. We can also integrate our SQLite into, or parallel processing into this blockchain technology to improve the efficiency.
It's a nice presentation. I would like to ask only one question.
One question?
Yeah. So, when implementing parallel sequential in SQL, any challenges, any main challenges?
In SQLite, it is generally a single user database, which is serverless too. So while running concurrent processes, there was little deadlock happened, and we successfully executed all this.
This work done by yourself, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I now invite Dr. Asha Ismanik, Professor and HOD of AIML Department of TJIT, to announce the Best Presenter Award of morning session. I also invite Dr. Dinesh Babu, the session chair, to present the award.
Good afternoon, all. So morning around 11 papers has been presented, and morning best paper award goes to paper title predicting hard disease with machine learning, a comparative study. Those participants, if they are in a hall, they can come on stage to receive the certificate. Big round of applause for them.
Okay, I now call upon the next paper ID, ICICNIS 511, with the paper title, A Survey Paper on Solar-Powered Automatic Drainage Cleaning System, with the author, Sakti Sobarnika.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Sakti Shabarnika. I am from Kalaslingam University. And my paper is about solar-powered automated drainage cleaning system. And first, I'll be confessing the problem statement. Yeah. Sorry. Automated drainage cleaning system. I'll firstly come up with the problem statement. So we have chosen this problem statement since the drainage cleaning system is a huge problem in our city or anywhere in the world. So manpower is highly important for this kind of work. So it will cause them health issues and many risks on the environment as well. So we have given it in automatic mode as well as a semi-controllable, and we have used majorly sensors like, yeah, it is mainly to keep the manpower less and do it is automatically, and we can be accessing it from the software as well. These are the few literature surveys we have gone through. These are the major literature surveys we have gone through in this title, and we have less number of paper or survey paper in this, and these help us to make this project so effectively. And next slide. Yeah, the existing project is like it is. The existing project, which is more of human work, though it is semi-controllable, more manpower is needed, and the man is getting into a risk, and the environment is also getting risk due to the health issues or the smoke which emits from the drainage. So this is the existing system so far. And the proposed methodology of us is, it is going to be automated purely, and we are using ESP32 microcontroller in this, and we are opening up with this website to interface and make it fully automated. This is the block diagram. So we are getting the energy form from the solar power, and it is getting the system, the constant power. We are using MPPT controller as well. And this is how the block diagram is described for our project. And everything will be automated in the OLE display then and there. And this is the circuit diagram of our project. This is the circuit output as we shown in the circuit diagram. This is the resemblance of the hardware product. And this is the interface of the website we have. We will be updating with the interfaces of temperature, humidity, weight, conveyor is on or off, or the status of the bin is free or anything is loaded. It will be updating as soon as it is getting, once again, it will be getting updated. This is the prototype of our model. And with this, we are concluding the project. We have automatically being this project, and we can manually operate it in our server. No manpower is needed in the place to get these things done by the manual work. We can use it in the several units, up to 10 to 20 devices. We can connect the server as well. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, good. I have one question. What is the efficiency of that solar?
12 voltage.
Efficiency of the solar. 12 voltage or percentage?
Sorry, sir.
Efficiency of the solar panel.
Efficiency of the solar panel, it is like 10 voltage to 12 voltage. Sir.
Okay. What is the voltage of that battery? Battery you used to know?
Battery voltage is 12.
12.
Yeah.
Then how, please open the slide number, I think 5, 6 or so. That prototype. Change. Yeah. So this is only the floating on the water, or it's going inside?
It is dual purpose, sir. If we want the blockage to be removed, we can fix it in the drainage and it will do. If it want to remove the floating particle in the water, it will be floating, and we are making the path algorithm which will be going in the zigzag pattern, where the things like plastic or anything is floating in the water, it will go and it will fetch the things and it will drain it in the trash can after the conveyor.
Oh, it's like a hand.
Yeah, this conveyor will get the things and it will...
Conveyor belt.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. I now invite the next paper ID ICIC NIS 1159 with paper title Advanced Mine Helmet with Real-Time Gas Monitoring and Automatic Oxygen Supply by author Gurudeep. Also, I would like to give a reminder to all the participants that you have a time limit of 10 minutes for your presentation, followed by 2 minutes Q&A. Kindly make sure you follow the time limits. Also, the next paper will be delivered from 288. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Gurdeep, and I'm going to present our paper called an Integrated Deep Mine Safety Helmet, Hazardous Gas Monitoring and On-Demand Gas Supply. So our problem statement is when the miners go to the deep mine and mine for coals, so they will they will face many gases like carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and many other gases. So to overcome this, so we have introduced one helmet which has sensors like MQ8 and MQ9, which detect those harmful gases and tell those on-ground staff people that these gases are being exceeded, or the percentage of the gas is being increased in this particular area. So our main objective is to implement advanced environmental monitoring. So basically it is like we are monitoring the gas, and we are letting them know that this is a percentage of the gas which is present in their ecosystem. And we are also focusing on automated gas supply, oxygen supply, which helps them to sustain a particular period of time when until the rescue is come. So this is the methodology. So the sensors basically will detect the gases reading and temperature, and upon that it will trigger if the oxygen supply is required or if should be manually overridden. If the hazardous gas doesn't exceed the threshold voltage, the will be continuingly recognizing the gases and letting know the ground staff that if the gas is exceeding the threshold value or not. So the result of this project is it helps the coal miner to know the environmental condition of their mining area, and also it helps them to get enough oxygen supply until the next rescue team comes and helps them for their monitoring. So this is our prototype, and those are the gas readings which has come through the sensors. So these the threshold value is set upon the database that we have got through the internet, and we didn't do its practical testing due to since we don't have any coal mines in our area. So this is the oxygen, the whole system, and the oxygen tank is integrated with the helmet, and it can be manually triggered so that the miner can use the oxygen tank if he requires some oxygen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Nice. What is the helmet gas monitor?
Sorry, sir?
What is the helmet gas monitor?
Sorry?
Helmet gas monitor.
Helmet gas monitoring. So basically we monitor those gases which are mainly present in the mining area, like carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, methane, and LPG gas. So these four gases are mainly present in the mining areas, and when the gas threshold value increases, it triggers the miners and it triggers the oxygen, on-demand oxygen supply which is present over there, and it tells the ground staff that in this particular area the value of the oxygen has been increased. The value of those gases has been increased.
What is the concentration of the gas level?
We
have certain threshold.
Sorry?
You have certain threshold.
So it depends on the sensor, sir. Like when the sensor gets after 30 minutes of preheating.
Concentration of the gas.
We have roughly taken a threshold value over here, since we don't have any proper environment to set up those gases. So through our mount, when the value increases, changes.
Now I would like to call paper ID ICIC NIS 288, title An Automated Railway Unguarded Level Crossing Using Lab View. Name of the participant is Stephen, and it is reminder next team is 986.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dhanush. He is my teammates. He is Stephen and Saron Raj. We are from KIT in Coimbatore. Today, our project is an automated railway unguarded level crossing system using LabVIEW. In our project, we are using two subsystems, sir, LCS and TDS. That is, LCS means an level crossing system and TDS means train detection system. And also, we are using secure data transmission through module AES module for radio frequency. And also, we are using omnidirectional antenna for using data processing. And also, we are using NOER camera module for better image processing, sir. Yeah.
So here are the major problems due to manual gateway. There is a high risk of accident between trains and road vehicles due to the lack of clear warning system. Poor coordination between roads and train timing can lead to congestion with a vehicle pulling up at the crossings. Drivers and pedestrians may misjudge the train's speed or leading to dangerous crossing. Minimize risks of collision between trains and road vehicles or pedestrians. So next we are going to see about objectives. Here are the objectives of our project. The main motive of our project is to improve safety and efficiency of the automation at railway crossings. The primary goal is to automate the traditional manual operation of level crossing gates to ensure timely and accurate responses when a train is approaching, thereby reducing the risk of accidents involving vehicles and pedestrians.
This is the flowchart for the heating system. TDS is not detected, camera detected. This is the normal condition. If train detects means send the signal to LCS and activated camera to check the level crossing and road signal is red, alarm is activated. In case the vehicle is found in the middle of the track means LCS, the train signal is red, wait for 2 minutes. Object is cleared means close the gate in 15 seconds and deactivate the camera and train signal will be green. If in case the object is not clear means alerted to the nearest railway station.
So here is the block diagram of our project. Here we are using IR sensor which emits infrared radiation and receives infrared radiation, and we are using ultrasonic sensors which emits and we are using vibration sensor also. These sensors are used to detect the train distance and range between the gate and the train.
This is the Proteus simulation of our project. Here using the microcontroller to control the vibration sensor and ultrasonic sensor with connected to the gate motor. When the train coming to the distance to keeping the 5 kilometers of the this is the lab view of the functional block diagram. The shift response time to critical accident prevention, allowing the time for the user to react. The feedback of the testing participation, including railways, operators, and local residents, was overwhelming, positive, and clarity of effectiveness. This is the front panel of the lab view. The vibration sensor, which the train
The range of the vibration sensor is 0 to 900 typically using, and the middle of the compartment will be the approximate sensor that can be sensed the vibration of the train. And we are using ultrasonic sensor to detect the approach of the train by measuring the distances. And we also using camera module for a gate nearby 2.1 meter approximately. Okay, we conclude that by integrating advanced technology system, vibration and integrated proximity sensors of the railway crossing, we are using two subsystems. In our proposed system is to be camera module for NOIR sensor. Okay. Future scope. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you. I have one question. So how the train detect on the track either arrival or departure?
So we are kept two ultrasonic sensor nearest to the gate to 5 kilometers, sir, left side and right side. If train comes means first TDS will be activated. If TDS will be activated means we using radio frequency. We are using AS algorithm to give that signal to the gate. Then the servo motor, the camera module will be activated. The camera will be sensed to 5 minutes or 3 minutes. If vehicle is not there means LCS will be activated, the gate will be closed. Or else if camera activated but our vehicle is in the track means message will be sent to the nearest station. After train crosses means after 4 kilometers that sensor will be activated, then give to this signal.
So why is LabVIEW used for this implementation of your
because
automation project?
Components required in LabVIEW, and also Proteus, we using Proteus, sir. But Proteus is used for Arduino and that simulations. After phase 2 only we need to do
implementations.
It.
Now you are done by simulations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I invite the paper ID ICICNIS 986 with the paper title Simulation and Analysis of the Atmosphere to Ocean Optical Wireless Communication Channel Using Laser and LED by the author Jyoti.
Good afternoon everyone present here. I am Jyoti. Today our topic is simulation and analysis of atmosphere to ocean wireless communication channel using laser and LED. Actually there are many wireless signals. Such as RF signals and acoustic signals and optical signals. We have chosen the optical signals because it can travel long distances, and we didn't choose RF and acoustic because RF has a low attenuation in atmosphere and high attenuation in ocean, and acoustic signals have less several limitations. Then next, there are applications of atmosphere ocean optical communication is subsea Internet of Things, detection and removal of sea mines, industry, aircraft to submarine communication. Subsea Internet of Things have many applications such as detecting the earthquake and for defense purposes. Okay, the main objective is channel characteristics estimation of the atmosphere ocean optical wire communication. The first one is the normalized receive power. We can calculate this by if we transmit 100 of photons, we will receive only 50 photons because during channel we will lose the 50 photons and it can be observed. The next one is the special distribution of photons intensity. It is nothing but when we are sending the photons, it will transmit through channel. That is the special distribution. Okay, here we are using laser source and LED source. For laser source, we are considering the parameters such as beam width, beam divergence, and here we are using the green laser because it has very more brightness. And for LED, we are considering the Lambertian order. Lambertian order is nothing but the direction of the light emission, and we are considering it as 5, 10, 15. For receiver, we are considering aperture and field of view. Aperture, we are considering 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch. And field of view, we are considering as 180 degree. And here, radiative transfer equation, it is integral differential equation. It is more complex to simulate mathematically. That's why we are using the Monte Carlo simulation. We are considering number of photons, iterations. Next, the flowchart of photon propagation. First, we will initialize the photon position, direction and intensity. After that, we will check for the intensity. First, we will consider intensity as a 1. If it is less than 1, we will terminate that photon. If it is near to 1, we will transmit further. Then next, if photon cross the receiver plane, then we will consider the photon information. If didn't cross the receiver plane, then it will go for the medium. First, if it is in atmosphere, then we will update the photon position, direction, weight after scattering. If it is ocean, then we will update photon position, direction, scattered by bubbles. Then next, if it reaches the AC interface, then we will change photon position. If it doesn't reach, then we will again check for the intensity. Optical properties of the medium, absorption coefficient, scattering coefficient. Attenuation coefficient is nothing but the summation of absorption coefficient and scattering coefficient. Single scattering albedo, it is nothing but division of scattering coefficient by attenuation coefficient. If the single scattering albedo is more, then scattering will be less. If it is less, scattering will be more. Then single scattering phase function is used for the direction of scattering. Next. Okay. Wet lab sensors, ACS, absorption and attenuation spectrometer. It is used for the attenuation coefficient, to detect the attenuation coefficient. Then VSF, volume scattering function meter, it is used for the scattering phase function. Here we can observe by the sensors the attenuation coefficient is more, and if albedo is more, scattering will be less. Then from VSF we will get the scattering angle. That blue line represents the laser. Laser has the more normalized receive power compared to LED. If we increase the Lambertian order, we will get the normalized power same as the laser. These are the scattering of photons. In laser, we will get less scattering compared to LED. We can see the difference in next slide. Here it is more scattering compared to laser. Here we have used 10 and here we have used 5. If the Lambertian factor is less, then the scattering will be more. Here we have used the receiver aperture 7 inch and we have converted the normalized receive power in dB. Finally, we will conclude that by using laser and LED, we can communicate easily. These are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you,
I would
sir.
like to ask one question related about that laser and LED. What is the source wavelength? What is the wavelength you used for the laser and LED? Because based on the wavelength, the applications will be active.
Sir, for laser, we have used 532 nanometer. We have used the green laser
Okay,
wavelength.
the laser is helium neon or neon?
It's helium.
Sure.
Not sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to invite the next team, ICIC NIS 409, Smart Cradle, a secure assistance and monitoring system for baby using IoT. The participant name is Nitin P. And this is a reminder, the next team is 029.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pratham, and we are from Dayanand Sagar University, and we are going to present a model on a cradle for the baby monitoring system using IoT. We are going to present a model that allows parents to monitor their baby or their infants through their working space or wherever, whether they are at the education or the working space. It allows the baby to work, move freely around the cradle system. At the same time, it's gonna monitor continuously. Nowadays, both the parents are gonna work, so it would be very difficult for them to monitor their infants. So we introduced a baby monitoring system with a cradle. So a camera is attached to the cradle, which monitors the baby, whether the baby is awake or it's the sleep, whether what about the heart rates of the baby, body temperature, and many more things. Nowadays, for the monitoring the baby, many nurses or they appoint a people to take care of the baby. But our system provides a smart solution to the complex problem. We use IoT and many sensors to monitor these things. We keep track of the baby positions and many more things related to the infants. Due to this, the parents can monitor the baby remotely and they can manage their works and their education as well. So they need not to appoint a person to take care, especially for this particular task. We also provide a smartphone integration to access each and every task of a baby, and this gonna provide complete and a secure assistance as well. These are the research papers we have referred for our model. These IoT-based systems also provide a secure assistance with whether it's sleep or awake, and many more tasks as well.
Yeah, so this is the architecture, the outlier of our project. It consists of Arduino Uno and the power supply of 6 volt and the LCD to display the readings and relay in order to drive the motor driver. And for the motor driver, the fan will be connected and the soil or humidity moisture sensor in order to detect the moisture in the baby's cradle, and the DALAS or LM35 temperature sensor in order to sense the temperature, and sound sensor to detect the crying of the baby. So camera will be integrated with it in order to provide the live feed of the baby. So implementation is that when Arduino board get interrupted, like when the temperature sensor reaches more than the threshold value, or when the sound sensor detects the sound, and when the moisture sensor detects the moisture, the functionality takes place and the notification will be given to the caretaker devices. So this is the algorithm we have been implemented in our project. So it consists of GSM module in order to display the messages. And if the temperature is greater than the threshold value, like if we set the threshold value as 30 degrees Celsius, if it reaches more than 30 degrees Celsius, then the message will be passed the message. So it contains Arduino board where embedded C language is stored in the hex file, and it is stored in the particular components. So this GSM module is used to give the messages like in the virtual terminal. That is the humidity sensor, and fan is connected to the DC motor. In turn, DC motor is connected to the relay. Later, the temperature module is for sensing the temperature, and the LCD is used to display the values that have been monitored. Yeah, so when the temperature and the humidity reaches its threshold value, the Arduino takes the input and instructs the GSM module to send the message in the virtual terminal. So this is just the simulation and the prototype of our project. In real time, we can implement it by inserting the Sim8 application programming interface, and can be integrated with the generative AI in order to make the predictions of baby's movement and can detect the cry. Yeah, so next.
So the conclusion is the devices were assembled individually and the working was observed. And one of the most unique aspect of our model is it overperforms other versions because we have tried to monitor several inputs of the baby's cry voice so that we can distinguish between other voices and eliminate the unnecessary noises. And experience. And the future work which we can integrate with our system is AI-based health and behavior monitoring, that is continuous monitor of the baby's vital signals such as heartbeat and temperatures, and other sleep patterns and other activity patterns can help the AI to predict the health issues and give recommendations recommendations for it. Integration with smart home system. Connecting the system to smart home appliances such as air conditioner and fans will create a safer environment for the baby, safer and comfortable environment for the baby. Real-time video and cloud-based storage. Providing real-time live video and a historical data storage will help the pediatricians to give remote consultations. And these are the references papers we have used. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. I would like to ask one question. That is, in slide number 10, you mentioned that sound sensor.
Yes.
Why you used here?
I mean, to detect the baby sound.
No, baby sound is okay. He is crying,
yeah,
he is laughing,
yeah,
or something. So that sound, he is live.
Like we are going to integrate.
It's live.
Yeah, okay.
The baby is live.
Yeah.
If the baby is deep sleep, or he is unconscious, or died, how you find that? Which sensor is very much needed to find the baby activities?
Like camera module will be there.
No, camera module only detection. Which sensor we need to use?
Temperature, sir.
No, temperature is okay. Temperature sensor even particular place only, right?
Okay, sir.
But apart from that, one sensor, CO2 sensor.
Okay,
If we breathe inhale or exhale,
Yes,
the
sir.
based or sleep something, we can know that.
Okay, sir.
So CO2 sensor very much needed for here.
Okay, sir.
Very old project, 15 years back, we did that. IoT related.
Okay, sir.
Some
Yeah, like that it is used to detect. Yes, sir.
to monitor, that's something. Mode, so compulsory we need
Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to call the next team ICIC NIC 029. The title is Queuing Theory Approach for IOST Network. Participant is Richard. And the next team is 1010. And participants, please limit your presentation up to 10 minutes and the Q&A is up to 2 minutes.
Good evening all. Myself Richard Christ, research scholar of Mathematics Department from SRM IST Chennai. My title is Queuing Theory Approach for an IOST based Space Debris Tracking Network System and its Performance Evaluation. This is my outline of my presentation. As humanity evolves, so does the space exploration and space missions evolve. So we constantly launch satellites or space missions in the Earth's orbit. So while doing that, we polluted with some small debris which ejects from the space missions or the probes itself. So it causes a dangerous dangerous thing for further propulsion systems. So in this work, we have proposed an IOST network to overcome it. So an IoT on Earth, we use actuators and sensors to collect data. Then we connect it to internet, and we coin it as Internet of Things. So same as it is, when these things done in outer space, specifically in the Earth's orbit, for the things in the space, we coin it as Internet of Space Things. So this is the proposed network of my IOST network. The one is the space debris in the orbits of the Earth, which is detected by femtosatellites. Then the data of then the data from the femtosatellites are transferred to nanosatellites. The nanosatellite acts as a local node, local server node, which is kind of a router on the outer space. So further, the nanosat transmits the data to an meosat or to the ground station with difference to the distance between the ground station or the meosat. If the distance between the ground station and the nanosat is too long, then it would transmit to the nearest meosat. Then the meosat automatically has a higher configuration, so it could easily transmit the data to to the ground station. So we model, so these are the mathematical preliminaries required to model this IOStic network. Well, we use queuing theory as a base for this network. Queuing theory is nothing but mathematical study of waiting times. And especially in this IOST network, we have used MEK1 queuing system, which is an Erlang queuing system. This is the PDF of the probability density function of the airline queuing system, where P0 gives you the probability of 0 customers, where which means in a server, customer arrives in a arrival rate of lambda, he gets served at the mu service rate and exits the system. In a traditional MM1 queuing network, well, in an Open Jackson network, is coined as a collection of queuing systems together. So in order to model this in our IOST network, we independently model the components as a queuing system. So collectively, to get the performance measure of the network, we use Open Jackson networks formulation. These are the global balance equation, and the traffic equations could be derived from it. So these are some of the mathematical preliminaries. This is the mathematical model which has been derived for the proposed model. So the node 1 will be the nanosat. The gamma 1 will be the arrival rate from femtosats, data from the femtosats. Well, at first we consider the node 1 as a single server. At different stages and different cases, we increase the servers number by one up to n number of servers to see what's the optimum waiting time measure of this entire network. So
Now, I now invite the next paper ID, ICICNIS 1010, with the paper title Fruit Weight Prediction and Cost Estimation Using YOLO V9 Based Deep Learning, and the author Athar Mishra. I also request paper ID 834 to be ready for the next one.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Athar Mishra, and today I am honored to present our research on the topic fruit weight prediction and cost estimation using YOLO V9 based deep learning. Our research focuses on addressing critical challenges on agriculture through the integration of IoT and deep learning, aiming to make farming more efficient, cost effective, and data driven. Agriculture has undergone tremendous advancements through the integration of IoT and AI, yet traditional methods for estimating weight and ripeness remains labor-intensive, time-consuming, and often prone to inconsistencies. So our solution was to develop an automated system to detect fruit ripeness and weight while optimizing market strategies for farmers. Yeah. So let's dive into the core of our methodology. Our system comprises of three primary components. First ones are the sensors. So sensors enable us for the data acquisition. The selected sensors include the RGB cameras to capture high resolution 2D images of fruit cross-sectional area. This will allow us to leverage the EXIF metadata, which will help in spatial scaling. And the second is thermal sensors to detect temperature variations, which correlates with the fruit ripeness. The next thing is the YOLO V9 framework, which is a deep learning model. In our system, it is trained to detect fruits in the images, classify ripeness based on the visual features, and measure dimensions for the weight estimation. The third part is the cost estimation module, which will analyze the regional market data and recommends the most profitable selling point by considering transportation cost and the market analytics. So our system follows a structured workflow. IoT sensors will capture the fruit images and the environmental metadata. The gateway will act as a bridge between the sensor and the YOLO V9 model, ensuring seamless data transfer. We use manually annotated images to train our YOLO V9 model to detect fruit and classify ripeness based on visual features. Then the YOLO V9 model will process the images and measure the dimensions for the weight estimation. And finally, the cost estimation module will recommend the most profitable selling point by considering the transportation cost and the market analytics. Okay, now we'll see the implementation part. Our system starts with capturing the high quality RGB images. This will allow us to leverage the EXIF metadata such as sensor dimensions, focal length, which are important to map the pixel measurements into the real world dimensions. We use equations like the ground sampling distance to calculate to map these pixel measurements to the real world dimensions. After that, to improve the robustness of our YOLO V9 model, we incorporate some image variations like lighting and orientations. And for the weight prediction, we'll use a cross-sectional area along with a height factor based on the fruit and a density. Finally, after estimating the weight, we are going to calculate the cost by adding the transportation cost and the market prices. So we will repeat this for the multiple regional markets, and then the cost estimation module will recommend the most profitable selling point. So we perform our research on using images of varying resolutions ranging from 128 pixels to 640 pixels. Our aim was to calculate and evaluate the cost estimation, fruit detection accuracy, and weight prediction accuracy, and the execution time. So from the figure 1, we can see the execution time scales proportionally to the number of images. So this linearity will give the system a room for the scalable predictability. The figure 2 highlights the fruit detection accuracy, which we can see in the graph. It will increase as the resolution of the image will increase. The weight detection accuracy is, the graph we got is quite interesting, as we noticed a dip in the 240 pixel, but the final resolution peaked at the 96% at around 640 pixels. That gives an indication of how weight estimation benefits with finer resolution. And last, the figure 4, we will see the cost estimation module, which will again, we notice that the 640 resolution gives us the closest result. So, conducting this study, we can see the results suggest that the moderate resolution ranging from 600 pixels to 640 pixels gives us the most accurate results while maintaining a balance between accuracy, execution time, and the cost estimation. So the real world implications are like, this will allow farmers to harvest their fruits at the most optimal ripeness, while also making the informed decisions where to sell for maximum profitability. So our research basically bridges the gap between the cutting edge computer vision technology and the practical agricultural needs. With the key contributions include an automated system for fruit weight detection and ripeness classification. We are also integrating market analytics for cost estimation, and of course, our experimental validation showing high accuracy and a real world feasibility. So moving forward, we'll expand, for the future, we will expand the data set to include more fruit types and include the real world feedback for the farmers, and make a user-friendly interface to use that would be useful for the farmers. So that concludes my research, and I hope this will inspire further research on IoT and deep learning to solve agricultural problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. What is the difference between ULO V9 versus ULO V3? That's two softwares.
The basic difference is the YOLO V9 model is more advanced version of the YOLO V3, and it includes more layers of the deep neural network. So that will give the mask. That will, I mean, this model will process the area of the mask with more segmentation, and hence the accuracy will increase.
So you already told that it's a fruit capturing the image, only the fruit or any other irregular morphology of the materials or product?
Like currently, our research only focus on the fruits, but in the future, we are planning to include vegetables also.
Fruits also, star fruits also available, not star fruits.
Like
star fruit, it's a irregular morphology. What you are finding, apple is like a oval shape, orange oval shape, it's a common varieties. But star fruits also there, it's one of the fruit. So you have to particularly determine that these are the fruits only we can capture the image, and we doing that work.
So basically,
don't mention any general terms. Particularly you focus on that, lot of varieties of fruits are there. So
I understand.
we don't know. We know only the apple, orange or something. But apart from that, lot of fruits are available. So you have to mention the particularly in that abstract or conclusion or methodology.
Okay, sure.
Somewhere you have to notify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I now call upon the next paper title, paper ID ICICNIS 834 with the title IoT-based music therapy for mental well-being by author Vaishali and Swati.
So yeah, good afternoon everyone. I'm Swati and this is Vaishali. We are from SSN College of Engineering, and today we're here to present the paper titled IoT-based music therapy for mental well-being. Okay. So music as a therapy method to regulate heart rate. Then this use of IoT makes it very user-friendly, and it also makes it very smooth and interactive for the users to be able to use this application. So what was our motivation? Well, we see the newspapers every day, we read things about stress, and we see that a majority of the population is dealing with stress, but stress to a point where they're not able to perform their daily activities properly. And it's not just stress. Stress along with mental health risks, which presents itself as chronic stress. Well, chronic stress could also have an effect on your cardiovascular health. Yeah. So this is a problem statement where we want to do IoT-based physiological parameter monitoring in real time and provide music therapy. So what we have done is we have taken two different musical instruments. This will elicit different kinds of emotional response. Music is eliciting in the subject. Then we talk about how data is being acquired from the subjects and the kind of stimulus we are giving the subjects. Then we extract the necessary features from the data we are collecting. Then we perform gem scale analysis where we will be identifying optimal features in the music that will maximize its therapeutic effects. Then we have implemented an IoT-based system to regulate music therapy. So this is our proposed methodology where we are first selecting subjects, then we are selecting the appropriate stimulus, then we are acquiring data, then we are pre-processing this data, then we are extracting relevant features, then we perform statistical analysis and also implement an IoT-based system. Then finally we will provide music therapy so that we can help with stress management. Okay, so the first step of the methodology is signal acquisition. So to perform signal acquisition, the primary physiological parameter that we're focusing on are ECG signals. So in order to measure your ECG signals, we're using the sensor AD8232, which will pick up on your raw ECG signals using 3 main electrodes placed on your right arm, left arm, and your right leg. So this will give you the raw waveform output of your ECG signal. Okay, so this shows the implementation of the calibration of the sensor that we've used. So the calibration of sensor is really essential to make sure that you're accurately measuring your ECG signal. So here we've used the ECG simulator, which will generate an ECG waveform, which will be picked up by the sensor. The sensor will then show a waveform output in the DSO. As you can see, the implementation setup has worked here, which gives us the accurate ECG signal. So from ECG signal, what we're doing is we're extracting heart rate. Why we're using heart rate is that heart rate can be an indicator for stress. To give you raw signal into a software, we've used data acquisition system, which will give it to your LabVIEW. So LabVIEW software is what we used in order to extract your heart rate. So here, what we've done is once you measure your raw ECG signal, that is the waveform that you'll obtain. So in this waveform, because it's measured from your skin, you'll have baseline monitoring. So first, what we did is we fixed the baseline monitoring by detrending the signal. And once we've detrended the signal, we'll denoise the signal by applying filters that will remove all the motion artifacts and any background noise that was present. And once you filter the signal, you'll extract the RR interval. So here you can see peaks that have been indicated. These peaks represent your RR interval, which will indicate your heart rate and your number of beats per minute. So this beats per minute will be used as your parameter, as your threshold. So once you exceed a certain threshold, it will give you a music response. So here, we have chosen two kinds of musical instruments. We've chosen violin and flute, which are very different from each other because violin is a string instrument, whereas flute is your wind instrument. So what we have done is we have taken 8 minutes of data. So we've recorded the subject's heartbeat for 8 minutes, after which 3 minutes is baseline, where we're not giving the subject any stimulus. And then for 5 minutes, we're giving subject stimulus. So when you have 3 minutes of no stimulus and 5 minutes of stimulus, you're able to see how the input stimulus is eliciting response in the subject. So in 5 minutes, you're seeing how much emotional response is being elicited in the subject, which varies from your baseline. Is that a PPT? Previous one. Previous one? Yeah. So here, essentially what the Blink IoT platform does is it acts as an interface. It's an interface between your hardware and your software. Your hardware being your heart rate sensor and software being your mobile application. Then what happens is, so the features that Blink application that we have used here is monitoring sensor data in real time. So your heart rate is being monitored in real time. Then we are sending a notification whenever a certain threshold value is reached. And this threshold value will automate music playback for the subject. So there's no need for intervention for us to play music for the subjects. Yeah, this one. Previous one. Okay, to essentially understand how music affects your heart rate, we've performed an experiment. So like Swati explained, the experiment consisted of 3 minutes of baseline where the user will not listen to any music, and 5 minutes of task where they'll be exposed to 2 kinds of music, one being your flute music and your second being your violin music. So here we've represented a chart of a participant who's listening to flute music. So here we can, from the percentage that's been indicated here, we can understand that there's a significant reduction in the heart rate while listening to the music. Next one. So here we've performed Pearson correlation. So the Pearson correlation is your statistical measure through which we can understand that during the task there are reflections in the time period which will indicate momentary fluctuations of emotions. And the same measure has been done for violin as well. Okay, so PANAS and GEM scale. So PANAS and GEM scale are mood assessment tools which are used to designed to understand the kind of emotions that are evoked by listening to music. So these 2 scales are included in our mobile application as a form of self-report questionnaire through which we can understand and assess the level of emotions for a particular time period and understand if we are providing the right kind of therapy for patients. So this shows the UI of our mobile application. Next one. Okay, so the conclusion is that, so we all know that now through this research that we have substantial proof that music has an effect on your heart rate and your stress levels. So this can be a starting step towards building a tool that is both, that will help you cope with your stress and improve your mental and physical health. Moreover, one future scope that we're really focusing on is collaborating with professional psychologists and mental health experts who will add depth and clinical precision to the music stimulus that we are choosing in order to give a more accurate and more therapeutic effects to the user. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. You are not discussing about the brain activities while you're listening the music.
Yeah.
Your presentation only related about the heartbeat.
Yeah.
But brain also very important to listen the music. Because
Yeah.
alpha, beta, gamma, like that 5 type of variants is there for the
True.
brain activities.
Yeah.
So why you are not discussed here, even though in introductions also?
So EEG is something which is being explored widely, and we wanted to do just heart rate because there is no research that has been carried exclusively on heart rate, while they're like integrated with IoT. So that's why we picked heart rate. We chose to do it only for heart rate.
Okay. Then what type of the music is very much important for the deep sleep? Which type of music? Any drums or flute or violin?
Oh, okay.
Which
So,
type of music?
So
Or
there are
smooth
different
music?
genres of music. One main genre is
trial
weightless
anything?
music.
Did you trial anything?
Yeah, sir. We explored variety of genres, but we specifically chose flute and violin so that we can understand different types of instruments and their effect. And they tend to have like, so music like through flute and violin kind of tends to have like more depth to its notations. Whereas we also tried, so other things we tried to experiment with was white noise, brown noise, things like that. And then we also tried piano, and we also tried veena and violin. We also tried different
So
ragas
these are,
for
so these are
musicians.
the things are for the deep sleep, right? If you are in stress, because all the girls, mostly I am watching that, while traveling on the road or by walking on the road, they are hearing that earbuds or something. They are not listening what's around her or around him.
Okay.
They are only listening that.
So what I am understanding is, so not every kind of music will help you relax, but some kind of music proves to be a distraction for you. So you kind of get distracted from
That
your stress.
distraction is only affected the brain first, then after it goes to the heart.
True, true. But like the parameter we are trying to examine here is just heart rate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the heart rate, you're right. EEG is something we should be considering when we're trying to talk about stress management because it obviously involves your brain also. But we are trying to focus on heart rate and we're trying to see how heart rate can be.
So any challenges you faced while finding that results?
Yeah. So when we were trying to,
Then you have to make some video because you made some trials.
We'll try to include
just
it.
the image is not helpful to
True.
explore yourself to the others.
Yes, yes.
So videography is very much important for your.
No, yeah, so when we try to, like I spoke about a protocol, right, where we said 3 minutes of no music and 5 minutes of music.
That things is very much important, the clock as well as who is
True.
the trial person, everything.
Yeah.
Not
So
a
that's
single,
something we
because,
arrived upon after experimenting a lot.
Yeah.
We try to vary we realized that 3 minutes of no music and 5 minutes of music is giving you the most output. And you're able to identify your differences better in that.
Yeah, thank you. It's an interesting one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I kindly request all the participants to wait for 5 minutes. We are waiting for a principal here. With that, we'll also announce the best presenter for the afternoon session. I now call upon Dr. Asha Ismanik, Dr. P. Suresh Venugopal, and Dr. Dinesh Babu sir to present the Best Presenter Award for the afternoon session.
Hello, check, check.
So we are at the end of the conference, today's sessions. And afternoon session best award, best paper presentation award goes to, any guesses? Fruit weight prediction and cost estimation using YOLO V9 based deep learning.
So
I
congratulations,
request
congratulations, yes.
participant to come.
What's your name?
Congratulations.
Yours, okay.
So I request Principal Sir to hand over the certificate and a gesture of momentum to our session chair, afternoon session chair, Dr. Dinesh Babu. Thank you.
I now call upon Dimple to give the vote of thanks.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal sir, our HOD Department of AIML R&D Cell Coordinator, Dr. Asha Ismanik, for their unwavering support, inspiring leadership, and for gracing us with our presence today. A special note of appreciation to everyone behind the scene, the organizing committee, technical team, and volunteers. Thank you all.
So thank you all once again. I hope you had a very good time inside the campus. Still meeting again. Signing off. Thank you. Bye.